That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Benjamin Jacobs from Honolulu, Hawaii, leading the final 16 players here coming into day 6 of the WPT World Championship. All 6 players currently guaranteed $291,700 for their efforts so far. And not to state the obvious right off the bat, but I think for most of these final 16, today is the biggest day of their poker careers. Playing down to 6. What a day of poker we have ahead of ourselves. We see Chris Moorman, Chewy, Carl Shaw, all going to be at the feature table, kicking things off. But it is all eyes on Ben Jacobs coming in with 77 big blinds leading the field. Average stack of 30 bigs. So a lot of playability. Here's how things stand at this feature table. Jesse Sylvia alongside myself, Henry Kilbane in the booth for this one. Jesse, you're dialed in, you're strapped in. The hype in the booth coming into today, the energy, I mean, big day ahead. Not just for these players, but for the poker fans around the world.
I could not be more fired up. This is just to push your point a little further about what a big moment this is for all the players. We have 2 players. We have one of the most winning online tournament players of all time. For many, many years, he was the most winning tournament player of all time. And we have Lucky Chewy, who plays high rollers on the regular. Has had some very big scores. This is still probably the biggest moment of their poker career.
It's insane. I mean, what a lineup. What a day. This is the outer feature table, by the way. Artur Martirosyan, Daniel Sepiol, John Richards, Georgios Soteropoulos, Ben Heath, Ade Olono, Raphael Blewett, and Mustache Mark. Bottom of the chip counts, but with 23 bigs. 90-minute clock has plenty of playability. I'm ready. Jesse's ready. The players and the dealers are ready. My question to the fans around the world: are you guys and girls ready for this one?
Is this for me or this?
That's intense.
This is for me.
I don't really like it.
Okay, that's. I prefer to use this one to be honest. So I like to keep my cards this side.
But I know it's awesome.
My chip.
Look at
I wanna
Moorman.
use
He
this
looks
one,
Yeah.
locked in right now.
I know the guy was saying, he's like, yeah,
There's always this
I
very
shark. I'm like,
busy energy when everyone sits down in these moments.
oh yeah, they're chill.
And, you know, it's a bubbly energy. Everyone's talking a little bit before they get really into the game. Moorman just looks zoned.
Yeah, you have people that become really chatty. I think kind of a defense mechanism, if you will, to just try and ease the nerves.
Mm-hmm.
Get chatty with the table. Just look, I don't care how long you've been playing poker for, Jesse. You come into today, 5.6 million up top. I think we can forgive any anxiety or nervousness from any of these players. But I must say, I agree with you, Moorman. Looking at his Hendon Mob. Most people use Hendon Mob to look at people's live results. Moorman's has over 8,000 online results on it, on his Hendon Mob.
Really?
8,000 caches.
That's sick, considering how little of the total online tournaments get included.
Exactly.
That's amazing. Yeah, and he's quieter about it, so you wouldn't notice as much as some other players, but I know Moorman very well. I'm not sure that there's anyone on this planet who loves it more than Moorman.
It's so funny to hear you say that, because I'm good friends with James Dempsey, who I've done commentary with many times over the years, and him and Moorman go way back. They both kind of started playing around the same time, both from the UK, and James has told me so many stories about just how much Moorman loves it, and has said the exact same thing, saying, I don't think there's anyone that loves it more. Regging like $55 tournaments at 10 p.m. at night towards the end of the session, and then James would just wake up at 5 a.m. and Moorman's on like some bowl comp FT.
Yeah.
It's just
insane.
Who loves it more, man?
I legitimately don't know if he's missed more than one Sunday in the last 10 or 12 years, and that was probably just for his wedding.
Sounds about right.
I've hosted I don't know how many little get-togethers where he's brought his laptop and he has a couple tables going on the side while he's hanging out and having drinks.
Coincidental.
Like, what do you got going over there, Chris? Oh, just the 1K on ACR. Nothing big.
No big deal.
When we did the snorkel
Grinding
tour,
away.
I told the guy, they had a photographer, said, I'll definitely buy your pictures if you catch an octopus.
Lucky
But
Cherry as well.
he didn't, and I bought him anyway, because they were awesome.
There was some talks of the 2 months, 2 mil on yesterday's stream. I mean, how about that for a throwback?
I mean, for me, that was one of the pinnacles of poker, for sure. I grew up, so to speak, on that show. Those were good times in the poker world. In the online poker world, I should say, when you could be one of the best players in the world and just feel confident that you'll get enough action. You can set humongous goals for the summer.
Carl Short to bump things up on the button from Telford in the UK. That's 2.3 million in live earnings. Best live cash of $973,000 came earlier this year. Came third in the WPT main.
Wow.
He's actually sat next to me on the flight over from Heathrow as he flops top pair on the ace-jack 5 mono. His hand should be over and done with, and with just queen high. And I'm not even joking, he said something along the lines of, yeah, I'm just going to make it to day 5 and you're going to be in the booth, saying something along the lines of, what on earth is Carl Shaw doing here with this hand? And fast forward, 2 weeks, here we are. He's made it past day 5, we're on day 6, and I'm sat here saying, what on earth is Carl Shaw, or Ben Jacobs rather, doing with this hand as he check raises to 4.1 million?
Yeah, Carl's play a lot more in line.
It is, for
We'll
now
say.
at least.
Ben just really going for it, and I do often get the feeling that a lot of players are betting far too often on these monotone boards than they should be. And sometimes they find checkbacks with the weaker top pairs. Obviously here we see that Carl has not found a checkback with the weak top pair. But if they're finding some checkbacks with weak top pair or maybe some of the medium one spade hands, then the amount of check folds they could have potentially are quite high. And so abusing that by check raising a hand like Queen 8 of clubs seems really nice.
Just immediately leveraging the ICM pressure that Carl is under, given that he is covered. Top pair.
6.5.
Oh my word. Take a day off. Clicking it back to 6.5.
Too small.
How'd you like them apples, Jesse?
That's pretty wild. I will say this is a very difficult type of hand to navigate on future streets, especially if a spade comes off. So clicking it here, I'm just saying you're not going to bluff me any further in this hand. Somewhat understandable.
I mean, that was not the option I thought he had in front of him.
Yeah, I was not expecting that as well.
The hand over and done with, Jesse? Surely.
I would imagine so. Ben hasn't relinquished. Yeah, he does let it go.
Well, well, well. If that hand sends a message to anyone, I think the message is loud and clear. Carl Shaw is here to play some poker, Jesse.
That is for he is not scared money. Let's put it that way.
The flop 3-bet against the tournament chip leader with the ace deuce.
A couple nice things to consider about that 3-bet. One, a lot of the bluffs that you want to be check raising with contain something like bottom pair. You want some kind of piece of the board. So there is some equity denial there. Additionally, sometimes people will check raise maybe something like a 8-9 with the 9 of spades that can't really check call, but
yeah.
So you are denying a lot of equity to some different types of hands.
There was also the additional EV for Carl, which was if I 3-bet here and I just say, get in the bin, Ben, you know, someone clip that. New profile picture, perhaps, just the 3-bet with, you know, the profile picture down at the bottom, him clicking it back with the ace deuce. There's that additional EV, you know.
I saw a little smile come across your face about 30 seconds ago. Is that what you were thinking about?
I was just like, you
the
know.
Profile pick equity?
There's the dinner table EV.
Yeah.
You know, your friends retelling the story. Oh, Carl been to this guy, you know, with 16 left in a world chat. You know, there's different types of EV. We're all here for it. First orbit of play here. One absolute treat we have ahead of ourselves.
What a great group. Just the people that I know at these two tables are some of the easiest people in poker to root for. Chris is one of the nicest, most dedicated poker players around. Chewy is just absolutely a one-of-a-kind human. One of my favorite people to interact with.
Yeah, agreed. We've got Mustache Mark on the other table as well. I mean, legend in the making.
Yeah. Needs no introduction at this
really
point.
Doesn't. The fact that yesterday the title was with Mustache Mark and Alex Foxen. I was like, okay, we've just made a legend out of this guy. He's made a legend out of himself, let's be honest.
Footnote Foxen.
I mean, just fantastic stuff all around.
Sorry?
For those who don't know Chewy, one of my favorite quotes of all time was
He's a new
taken
man
from a
after
poker
Nestle.
table where Chewy was sitting next to Antonio Esfandiari. And Antonio's doing his normal thing and chatting up the table. And Chewy's been quiet, and he says,
1.2.
"What's going on over there, Chewy? You haven't said anything all day." Chewy looks at me and goes, "What can I say, man? Life speaks for itself."
Okay. Oh, man. That's quite the one-liner.
I mean, I read that in passing in one of the updates, and I'll never forget that quote.
There were quite a few moments like that yesterday as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them today. Cole passing up on a potential 3-bet spot there. The King 10-0. Just thinking about it, Jason, with the open from UTG. Talking of Chewy in the small, couple of 9s.
Scrum in the chat saying, Artur, 3 out of 16, it's GG's. Artur played some fantastic poker yesterday. I was watching the stream after I took off. And
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. This tournament might end
Andrew, when you start
today
the hand?
in the next 3 levels. I mean, the plan is to play down to 6, but Artur might just get it done.
he could, in the sense that now that people have seen what he's capable of, if he goes on a heater and he picks up a bunch of hands,
That's very true.
it's going to be difficult to fold to him. He could just start stacking people all over the place.
Yeah, I was with Espen last night, and I was retelling some of the hand histories that Artur was playing, and both kind of, you know, jaw on the floor. Like, how's this guy, you know, doing it? But he just timing, you know.
That Queen 10 with the 10 of hearts, getting pocket 9s with the 9 of hearts to fold on the turn,
Yep.
that was special.
Or just like the Ace Queen O rejam for 33 against Chewy's under the gun +1 open was just insane. 8 of hearts on the turn. Jason got to be somewhat concerned of the flatting range of Chewy out of the small. Going to contain hands like Ace 10, Ace Jack, maybe even some Ace Queen O's with ICM. No diamond in sight. Yeah, it does just wave the white flag. See what Chewy comes with here now, Jesse. 54 in the middle. Sorry, 5.4 in the middle.
I love these sort of spots because if we were back in Chip EV land, I'd imagine Chewy would find some kind of block, but
Sorry, you check?
just
9s.
with where they're at in the tournament and wanting to be a little more passive with your play in general, and the fact that the Jack came and 9s becomes a little bit more of a bluff catcher, it's fun to see how players at Chewy's caliber adjust to all those different aspects. He does find a check, which I feel like if it was early in the tournament, maybe he'd just block bet there. Maybe not.
How about this for a bucket hat, by the way? I mean, immediately just up there with perhaps some of the most iconic bucket hats at televised feature tables. Shout out Rick Solomon and Nick Schulman, also connoisseurs of the bucket hat world. That one's strong though, Jesse. I mean, I'm putting it in the top 5.
I'm not gonna lie. After that cash game was played, where Rick was wearing the, what was it, the Fendi bucket hat? I think
it was Fendi, yeah.
I noticed a few of my friends going out and buying
Yes.
some very high-end bucket hats. And
I remember seeing some live reporting from festivals after that televised cash game with Rick, and there was this kind of meme about all of these young kids showing up with bucket hats. Yeah, it was definitely a trend. Definitely picked up. But Nick Schulman as well was out with us in London for the Triton series. Was rocking a very strong, I think it was a LV.
Nick is a man of effortless fashion.
It's unfair.
Yeah.
It really is.
Some of us have to try very hard, look in the mirror, see how we appear and what we've chosen. Nick just puts on whatever, I think, and goes out and looks great every day. That's my interpretation of it. He doesn't strike me as a guy who's putting
Oh, you know,
maybe that's the magic of it, though. He
Can I
looks
get an
like
orange juice of ice and a water, please?
effortless.
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah. He's going to be in the booth later on today for that $1 million WPT big 1-for-1 drop. We see, I believe, Dan Smith leading the field over
Excuse
in
me,
that one.
second. Can you change this as well? Thank you.
I could be
orange
wrong,
juice of
actually.
ice,
I
please.
believe there was a big hand
Yeah, thank you.
late in the evening. It might be Makita that's chip leading.
No, Dan Smith is chip leading.
It is Dan? Okay.
Yeah, Makita took the chip lead and then just basically had somebody come over the top every time he opened after that, lost some other pots, and I think Dan stacked someone right at the end of the night, too.
Yeah, that's actually, you know, overwhelming chip leader. 61 big blinds. Second in chips is Mario Mosbach with 42.
He had a nice late night surge, by the way.
Let's turn our attention back to this because Carl has opened +1. Maxime, 1C over. I think this hand's over and done with. I don't think Carl's going to be continuing in any fashion. Maybe a 4-bet. Ace-Jack's kind of a nice hand to do it with.
Yeah, I think you're pretty 4-better fold from these positions. Ace-Jack offsuit doesn't play particularly well as a flat here. And quite often, if you're going to 4-bet, you'd like to have a suited ace because they're quite deep in the way that you construct ranges. You just need more post-flop playability. So you prioritize those suited aces over the offsuited counterparts, even if the offsuited counterparts have a better kicker. But we know Carl, very capable.
He is indeed.
8.5.
Oh my word.
This is nice.
Carl Shaw has not taken his foot off the gas whatsoever in the spots that we've seen him play today. 4-betting to 8.5 million after opening from +1. What do? Maxime is covered in the low jack.
Here's the magic of this 4-bet. Maxime has one of the best hands he shows up with here, and it still feels pretty terrible. You're playing a massive pot with a strong hand, not the best hand in the world, but a strong hand on day 6.
Well, hang on, what we got over here? Out of table action.
Is this
Mustache Mark showering.
one of the better hoodies I've seen throughout the series?
Sounds like John defended the big one with the Queen-9 versus Raphael Blowitz, Ace-King. Check on the flop with 2-pair, and he check jammed the turn. Our first bust out of the day. John. Flop in 2-pair. Oh, and Carl just flopping the best of it. 4.5 million. Getting looked up by Maxime for at least one street. 27 million in the middle, Jesse.
Maxime cannot feel good about calling on the flop. He has the backdoor flush draw, so clearly going to put the chips in. Even without it, probably putting the chips in. But the unfortunate part about calling on the flop is that most of Carl's 4-bet bluffs are going to contain an ace. So on ace-high boards in particular, you're not beating too many hands. This becomes tricky for Carl. I'd imagine he slows down. Yeah. If you start putting in 3 streets on this sort of board texture, you're going to very quickly only run into better hands.
Yeah, you know, the 4-bet was on the larger size, 8.5 million against the 3-bet of 3.5 million. Now it gets incredibly awkward at this SPR. Note both players with just popped back, and is there now a path to victory for Maxime, Jesse? Jack of clubs in hand.
I mean, that was the immediate thought that came to my head. At this point, he can't imagine that his jacks are the best hand. It's just very rare that your opponent turns up with a bluff that doesn't contain an ace, king, or queen, and he's probably not 4-betting 10s.
Right.
So you're very, very rarely winning the pot if you check it back. And then on top of that, he has a club, so he has a nice combo to bluff with. Obviously, the jack blocks some straights. I don't think straights come up that much, but it's a non-zero possibility. Problem is when his opponent checks again. He has to wonder how often he has ace-king, ace-queen. Things like that. Maybe something like pocket queens might make for a nice check because you're blocking your opponent's rivered 2 pairs, so
Right.
now give them room to bluff. If we see a shove here, this would be...
So the 4-bet pot.
Is he going to go small?
Carl C-bet 4.5 into around 18. Maxime called. Turn, win, check, check. Now Maxime betting 11 into 27. Really tough spot for Carl here. I mean,
Yeah, and this is, I think this size is just designed to get ace-3 to potentially fold, something like king-10. All of the bluffs that made a pair, but not the strongest hand in the world.
Carl immediately kind of giving Maxime a bit of a stare down. Checking the itinerary. If he can sniff this one out, it'll be the overwhelming chip leader with 15 left.
Super tricky spot, because unless your opponent turns something like jacks or 10s into a bluff, you're not beating anything.
The fact that turn went check check, it's such a narrow range of hands that Maxime's representing. Well, well, well.
You will
Gets it
eventually.
done.
That was some impressive poker right there. Just identifying that we really need to be bluffing with this hand. And by the way, for Carl, I think that's a very reasonable fold, because when you have ace-jack, you're blocking your opponent's most likely bluff.
Yeah.
Did I
No,
not
I
pass it?
agree.
An exciting board.
Did I not pass it at the start?
I agree.
Oh, okay.
Maxime getting one
No
over.
problem.
Well played by the Frenchman. Chip leader now.
Flawless execution in that hand. And I've started to hear rumblings about how good Maxime is from
Yeah.
players around the room.
Yeah, Maxime's very solid. Maxime Gilloud from Montsey in France. Best live cash of 376,000. Came earlier on this year in a main event at Merit Poker, the Carmen Series in Northern Cyprus. Taken down a few events out there. It's quite the track record. First recorded cash coming back in February of 2013. Certainly someone to keep an eye on with 10 years of live poker experience. Jesse, with 36 minutes in, we've had some insane hands already. We're only at 313 likes. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We've got 11,000 people with us and only 3%. So we just shut the stream down, or what's going on?
I feel like if we don't hit 1,000 in the next couple minutes, we'll just tell production to take the day off, pack it up.
I mean, what are we doing here,
One must
people?
not give in to such
You know, like
temptations.
seriously. 15 left in a record-breaking World Championship, 5.6 million up top. With this lineup, this group of players,
Oh, we lost.
who, by the way, showcasing that ICM is for poor people. Some ballsy plays already from a few of these players. I don't know. I mean, click the like button, people. Come on.
When there aren't enough likes, you're not... The problem is you're not just letting me down. That would be okay. But you're letting Henry down. Henry puts his heart and his soul into this thing.
I can't take myself seriously. 15 left.
I don't even know if I'm joking, to be honest.
Same here, man. it's painful to listen to. 'Cause I don't know if I'm joking or not. We're on a pay jump, $72,000 pay jump between 15th and 14th.
But yeah, seriously, hit that like button. We hit 20,000 yesterday. What did you guys peak at later on in the?
For the Prime Championship, you're saying?
No, we hit 20,000 when I was in here with Jamie.
Oh yeah,
early.
that was sick. Yeah.
We were sort of cheating because it was before the viewers were split between that and the Prime.
Right.
Because the Prime started at 4, so I assume that numbers went down throughout
Yeah,
the day.
they did. Yeah, I mean we've been holding strong, you know, between 12 and 15,000, peaking at 20. I think for tomorrow's FT, be disappointed if we don't have at least 25, 30.
It's just so exciting for me because it's an indicator of how healthy poker is right now.
It's very true. Yeah, I mean, other than this, and it's something we're very open and okay talking about. Other than the overlay in this World Championship, every other guarantee, I'm trying to think of an exception, has doubled the guarantee.
Doubled.
Like doubled
Wow.
the guarantee.
Yeah, I was gonna say smash, but doubled is insane. Especially for the Prime, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean the 3K has $1 million up top in it. That
Yeah.
comes back today.
Incredible.
The Prime, 1.4 million for first and an $1,100 buy-in.
Just an off the
25K.
cuff. Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. The seniors as well. Seniors doubled the guarantee within like the first few levels. That was a 10K, 500K guarantee. Just immediately had $1 million in the prize pool. And going on here,
3.5.
Jason v Enrique. This could be showers.
Yeah, I wonder how Enrique's going to play this because these have been two of the quieter players at the table so far, but we're only 40 minutes in. That doesn't mean a lot. That said, I wonder how much of Jason's play Enrique has seen or has had reported to him. Because Jason was no nit the last couple days.
That's very true. This is Enrique Zanetti. Only $3,000 in live earnings, but the Brazilian flag, part of the Brazilian Armada, one would have to assume, coming from an online background as he has been very solid, seems comfortable out there. As it comes King, Queen 3, and this could be trouble for the Brazilian.
Yeah, there's an army of Brazilians that we're not super familiar with yet on the live circuit that are just smashing online tournaments. And as more of them show up on some of these tours, it becomes a little frightening.
Yeah, for the rest of us mere mortals. I think there's like a general opinion that they're the most well-studied when it comes to ICM as well. Just see, they seem to be a step or two ahead of everyone else. 3 of diamonds on the turn could prove troublesome. Enrique. See what Jason does here with top order. Does he just allow a club to roll off, a 10, a jack to roll off, just letting Enrique get there in some form?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a check here, considering his hand, how much of the board he has. A very small bet makes sense, too. I don't think you'd ever want to go large with this
3.6.
combo. Yeah, and allow a queen to fold. Even this size just puts ace-queen in the bin.
Jason with quite the stare down here, Jesse.
Yeah, which is funny because we know he doesn't need any live tells throughout this hand. He's pretty aware that he's winning this pot.
Maybe just trying to give off some perverse tells by himself. I don't know.
For sure.
I feel like the decision here for Enrique is for his tournament life, even though it's only 3.6 million on request. The SPR going to the river would be around 0.4. should he call.
It's pretty sick. When I left the booth yesterday at 4 o'clock, Jason was at 2.5 million and on life support in terms of big blinds. Now he's just chilling on 24 million. Just a casual 10x to a stack. In the few hours I haven't been on this couch.
Yeah,
Not bad.
quite the day. Man of Straw saying Henry is Artur Roshan still in. He is indeed. He is on the outer table. We'll of course be switching things up, and we've got our camera crew out there as well.
You can always ask for help.
2 sick tables because the other table has Artur,
Maybe not so
Ben
much just
Heath,
looking at your cards.
Mustache Mark.
Mustache Mark.
Got Daniel Sepio over there as well. John Richards. Georgios Soteropoulos, who was very impressed with. I mean, very solid day of poker from him yesterday. The Greekman just consistently getting it done throughout the day. Jason with another
1.2.
big hand here. Jack's being passed around for fun at this table.
Moorman. Little something something. What does he want to do here? Just flatting. Oh, no.
Clicked it.
That was a very
3.2
casual
to go.
3-bet. I thought he peeled.
All of his 3-bets are very casual, by the way. There was
Yeah.
a spot yesterday where Jamie and I thought he had grabbed flat calling chips, and he just sneakily just threw in a couple of extra 1 mil chips on top.
I'm not sure. 20.
Moorman certainly has his own style.
17.
Yeah, I mean the
Still
flat
20.
calling kind of opens the door for a squeeze behind. Moorman taking things into his own hands. And looking to just ISO and get heads up against Jason, or take the pot down pre. 3-bet pot. 7.9 out there.
As you get to these earlier positions as well, you start to play, especially with ICM, you start to play more of a 3-bet or fold strategy. There's not a lot of hands that want to enter the pot that aren't strong enough to consider 3-betting. And you deny equity to so many players behind you at the table. Not to mention pricing out the big blinds.
$11.9 out there. Chris with the 25% C-bet on the 7-4 deuce. Deuce of clubs on the turn, completing the rainbow. Does Moorman take his foot off the gas now?
Yeah, this is a very awkward spot with Jason's quick call. He knows his ace-10 isn't good. He has decent blockers. He would probably prefer something like Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack, block a couple of the better pairs that would be flatted in Jason's position.
Does check through. 9 spades on the river, changes nothing. Jason with the check mark. He's getting really sneaky.
Jacks.
Yeah, maybe potentially some value that could have been had there. Not against Moorman's exact hand, but
Tough to get you to fold that.
Yeah, I wasn't folding that one.
certainly some ace-kings, ace-queens that Moorman might find hero calls with.
Top set.
Not really a board where Jason probably
we'll
has
lie
that many
about
bluffs,
ESC.
unless he's just finding some somewhat creative floats out of position.
Back-to-back hands for Jason. Also just letting Enrique know that he had top set in the previous
Almost
hand.
short, but with the time banks, I guess it won't ever be an issue. Yeah. Someone
Really is tense out there, isn't it?
collecting
I mean,
What's that?
seem to
I'm
have
collecting them.
You're collecting. Yeah.
eased in now.
brother.
A little
We
bit
put
more
them
table
together.
chatter.
He yelled in the volume here to you. I mean, when Kristen tanked with
I mean, this is
Kristen
the.
over quads, and the
You would
cash
think
game
when you're
was like 20-minute
three-handed
tank,
and the
so
pay jumps are massive,
we could already see
that's
it
when it's the
that-
most tense.
Really?
But
Yeah, it was a long tank. But no,
the
no,
difference
I mean,
between
so
finishing
much,
right
but
now
it was close.
I see.
and maybe 5 to 10 spots from now,
20 minutes.
let's say 10 spots from now,
Entire hand.
just life-changing money, completely life-changing money. And so I feel like this is when it becomes the most tense in the entire tournament. This almost reminds me of the main event where by the time you've reached three-handed, you've made an actual fortune.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of chilling at that point.
Life changing. Whereas
5.8.
now, yeah, I agree. Oh, Joey. Upstairs we go. Man, this table is just relentless. I would not want to be caught in the crossfire at this feature. Every hand feels like a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, this is... You know, if I sat down at this table and I couldn't see the cards, I would just assume that a few people have been card racking for the first few hands. Because generally people don't sit down and just go after it right away. They like to get settled in, develop some reads on their opponents. This is not that time.
Thank you.
Nice little pick up there for Chewy. Playing 24 million. Big blind 600k. So I was way out, by the way. I thought at the start of the day it was big blind 800k. And that the average stack was 30, so the average stack is actually 40 big blinds. I think we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, despite the play we've seen so far.
Yeah, but it's precisely because of the play that we've seen so far. You know, it's going to take, you know, setups, hand v hand. I mean, I say that, but then at the same time, you know, think back to the Maxime versus Carl Shaw hand. That could have very easily, you know, yeah, gone Carl's way and left Maxime down on dust. So
Maxime was already, for lack of a better phrase, rocketed up the chip counts a bit.
yeah, he's currently chip leader.
There's a lot of momentum going for him. He looks very confident. He's executing well. I would be completely unsurprised if he ended the day as one of, if not the chip leaders. I don't like to make predictions in these things, but
Yeah, we can start, you know, getting some friendly action down in the booth.
probably not the boldest prediction of all time to say the guy who's chip leading the tournament right now might end the day as chip leader. But we have a lot of poker to be played, and it's not like the stacks are that far apart for a lot of these players.
Yeah, and Enrique not even able to defend that one. Chris with the raise and take. He's hanging out with a lot of the UK lads last night, playing some UTH until the early hours of the morning.
Is there
Sure.
something going on with that game? Is there a bonus or?
You know, we just enjoy it.
Sounds good.
It's great morale when, you know, everyone at the table scoops the dealer.
That is a good feeling.
So we had the UK lads on one table, had the German crew on another table, then we had the American crew. So every time, so on 3 different tables, it's like every seat taken, and any time any of the tables would scoop, you know, so like dealer just like has 5 high or whatever, and the rest of the table scoops and gets paid out, everyone would stand up and start celebrating, round of applause, and then everyone else would join in. I must say, I feel for the pit bosses whenever we're in town for the WPT.
I thought for sure each table was gonna sing their table's national anthem whenever they scooped it.
It's great fun. Great fun.
Moorman raising it up here. I'm guessing that this size isn't correct that we have on the screen, but
3.5x from under the gun.
I'd be pretty shocked if he out of nowhere opened a 3.5x. But we'll find out. This could be something very interesting that he started doing.
Yeah, he's right. Whoa.
Oh wow. Oh, I wonder if he just put out the wrong.
Wow, Jason.
Yeah,
Not
that's-
paying attention. That's a huge mistake from Jason.
Yep. And this is a hand that would happily fold to a 3.5. as
Wow.
well.
That's insane, bro. What a time to make a misclick like that.
Magic of Chris Moorman.
I mean,
Moorman gets to continuation bet with the knowledge that Jason has every hand that would peel a min raise, which is
Who knows?
quite nice.
Mixing it up.
It worked.
It worked a treat, actually. It was actually perfect. It was actually perfect given my hand. It was actually...
I like that.
worked a treat, hey? Oh, so it was a misclick from Moorman as well. Both players misclicking in the same hand.
It's only 2 color chips.
If I do it again, then
I
it
would
wasn't.
put a lot of money on that being a misclick. I've watched Moorman play a lot of poker, and I've never seen him.
He's misclicking again, bro.
I think these are 100Ks.
It is odd there's no 500k chip.
Yeah.
I think that would be a good addition next year.
Yeah, when they first brought in the million chips, your stack just went from like huge to dust. It was low morale. Got one more.
I mean, I would assume 5, but maybe it's...
You can see you're lost.
Yeah. I didn't get enough sleep, man.
Then you have to remove.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a mistake, misclick though.
I mean, 3 levels.
Chris doesn't want to give this one away. I thought it was pretty clear that it was a misclick, especially considering...
No, he said it was a misclick.
Oh, he did. Oh, no, I thought Chris said, who knows, it might not be.
No, then afterwards he was talking about how
It
was
worked well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a misclick and... Oh, hello. No misclicks here. For Ben coming in as chip leader. Just saying when they brought the million chips in, you went from a big stack to a bowl stack.
Yeah.
Call it low morale. For the Americans out there that don't know what that means. It means, you know, not so great.
You are aware that we speak the same language, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's a very... I feel like it was the British poker players that started saying that.
Low morale?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. I think I first heard it from Moorman or...
Yeah, exactly.
Toby or
it's
someone.
it's very Toby, Moorman, James Dempsey, that kind of crew. Ben with the 3-bet. Taking it down. We are on a pay jump.
I just wanted to needle you for the English to English translation.
Hey, listen, Jamie
I can't
was
pick him up very well. So
helping
I don't know
me
if I
out.
flashed you.
So was Ashley Frank. Some things that, you know...
Some English slang.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of some
the right
stuff
thing
that
to
you
do.
guys get up to over here.
I heard you were at the rodeo earlier yesterday, so I'm surprised you didn't come in with a nice
Cowboy.
Southern American accent.
Ah, okay. Wow.
If
that's
you wonder,
fancy.
I think I do.
Southern accent, I should say, but to be clear, I mean the South, not South American.
Doc on the rail. Her name is Alexington. She's cheering for seat 2. Jason Min.
Here we go.
Jason with the family on the rail.
I'm going to have a word with a few people because when Ashley was at the final table, I was told no dogs.
Yeah?
Yeah, to be fair to them, my dogs, I can already tell just looking at this dog for 12 seconds. Much better mannered than how my dogs
But
would
then
have been
I
on the
see
rail.
it. Maybe I called just to, because it's your advantage.
I would not call that.
Right, the Paulo loving the rodeo bit. And listen, you guys are all laughing now, calling it a bit. I'm going to Scottsdale, Arizona, the start of the new year. You never know. You never know.
We
I end up moving out here.
we have to get you a cowboy hat at the very least.
I'm going to dress up as Woody at next year's Halloween party. Shout out Preben Stockhand for hosting those. Haven't seen much from Paulius. It's been pretty card dead today.
Yeah, this is not his flop. Jason has had a very nice start to the day. I think he came in with 20 million. Now up to 30.
Less, I think.
That feels good. Just chipping up on day 6.
Yeah, I mean, came in with 19.2. We're not going to deduct points from you for that one. Being out by one big.
Not yet.
Not yet. Long old day ahead of us, though.
Yeah, we got a lot of hours in here. You're gonna find plenty of points to deduct
I think this is
as the night grows late. You were in here very late last year, right? On day 6.
yeah. I think today we have a 10-hour day, so 90-minute levels coming into today. Average was 40 bigs, 24 million chips. Takes
card you
4
said?
levels for the
Yeah.
blind level to double. So from us to get from 300, 600 to 600, 1.2, it's going to take us 6 hours.
Fold. This card has a
I
little
think
bit of something.
That
See
gets
right
us down to 8
Did
or
you
9
get it?
players, and then with ICM, to get from 8 to 6, I think it's going to take some time. I mean, at 40
Probably
big blind
just us.
average,
Sure.
1.2.
Won't be seeing a lot of light get-ins at that point. That's for sure.
Not really. With my assistant.
Yeah. You're very humble. Yeah, fair enough.
Papa Llama saying Henry's cowboy phrase is "tally ho, lad," instead of "giddy up, partner." Listen, you guys are joking. Next year, I'm not doing commentary. I'm not playing. I'm going to the rodeo. Carl in the big. Been invited to a rodeo with Enrique.
Surely you've made it over to Stoney's.
I have no idea what you're talking about, mate.
Are you serious?
I'm being dead serious. Stoney sounds like a stoner invitational. Everyone around the campfire.
I've actually never met a Brit who doesn't love Stoney's.
Well, I guess we're going there tomorrow then after the FT, mate.
Let's do it.
Wow, doesn't mean anything.
Carl with the defend. Always awkward, especially against an open off this stack depth. Enrique playing around 15 to start the hand, and Carl just flopping the joint.
Oh my goodness. Enrique has a little piece of it.
It's such an awkward SPR already. Does check back.
Ooh, this is a nice check. Obviously, considering the timing, this is a very nice check, but I do like to see people mix it up on these monotone boards.
Enrique just going for the one big blind delayed c-bet. I guess this just looking to fold out, 6 outs.
Yeah. Prevents you from getting bluffed on the river. There are plenty of hands that are trying to double check and find the river bluff.
That's very true. Yeah, that's a great point. Now flush on board. 4.5 out there. I wonder if Carl now opts to lead. Try and make it look bluffy. Trying to get Enrique off of a chop. No, gonna check it on over.
Yeah, it's interesting because once Carl check calls, Enrique obviously can have a wide range, including a lot of bluffs. Carl's going to have something. once he check calls, so he probably has a stronger overall range, but at the same time, when he quickly check calls, he probably has less of the nuts than Enrique. So it's one of those situations where I'm not really sure if there are leads or not, and I would love to figure it out afterwards. I think...
Oh, Enrique's going to be sub 10 bigs. As Carl makes the call as Enrique tried getting it done across turn and river with the ace high. Carl back up to 26 million.
That was an interesting river decision point. I feel like Carl could have considered some kind of min raise. Because when in the situation where they both have the board, right? When they're both playing the board, your opponent will try to bluff a lot there.
Yeah.
And the min raise puts them in a really bad spot with all of their no heart hands. So throwing in some min raises with the second nuts, for instance. I guess it's not technically the second nuts because there's some straight flushes, but realistically the second nut seems quite good if you want to employ a balanced strategy. That said, ICM.
Do we ever get called by worse?
That's the other issue, because your opponent did bet. It was a small bet on the turn, but he did bet the turn, and then he bet the river, so he's starting to represent a more polar range. And when you have the 9 of hearts in your hand,
It's good then.
you're kind of blocking a lot of the hands that could pay you off.
2 dogs.
You're just hoping that your opponent has something like the 10 of hearts. I think if he had maybe something like
I have 2 dubs.
pocket 2s with the 2 of hearts, for instance, he'd just check the turn.
Bro.
Like, are they trained then? Are they trained dubs, or do they? Can
No.
you train dubs?
If you can, I'd like to know how.
How did you fall in love with that species?
We made friends with the birds in our yard, and then one of my wife's friends was like, "Hey, I know a sanctuary that has some doves up for adoption. Actually, 1 dove, and then we went and there was another. And then we adopted them, and
They're like magician doves or something. I don't know.
Not quite.
Like, where did they get rescued from?
just like other owners who don't want them anymore or pass away, kind of thing.
Okay.
Chewy's just a top tier human being.
About as S tier as it gets.
He really
You're
is.
saying magician.
What was that?
What's real doves? They're the magicians.
How did you get into training doves? Well, they made friends with the other animals in my yard.
Magic man.
Yeah. I mean, just S tier.
One big happy elf.
So what?
What a
do you have,
guy.
like, a big cage, like a big atrium. Or
No, we let them fly, just in the house. They mostly stay in the same kind of places. They build nests and stuff. Super
Don't
cute.
they just like drop everywhere?
They do. They do.
You enjoy that?
I enjoy them being freer than
Yeah.
in a cage. It's just too sad to see them in a
These
cage.
spots become fun because
I mean, the house is
I would
the same
imagine
place,
Carl
it's
wants to
like
play a very
but
heavy
they were
limb
raised in
strategy,
captivity, so they can't really go.
given where they're at in the tournament, but we already know Carl
Whole house, right?
is up to some stuff.
Oh, Maxim's got the aces as well.
Wow.
The males are right to bust her. Sometimes he's upstairs.
I tried to bust you.
What's their name?
I was on my 849 bullet.
Okay. They're super cute.
You know that they're you
No nonsense from Carl.
easily
Quick fold, wow.
can tell that they're male and female.
First one's never a bluff, Jesse.
So they were an injury off.
That's what they say, Henry.
That's what I've been saying.
For information moving.
Okay.
Kind of like first limp is never a hand.
Yeah, exactly.
It's unique.
Pretty stress-free, I bet.
Well,
Yeah.
They don't care for
we've proven both points in that one blind v blind.
That one hand alone,
Yeah.
It is soothing. Yeah.
we don't ever need to
Nothing that
open the conversation again.
you up in the morning or something.
Love to see the numbers over on the World Poker Tour YouTube channel slowly increasing,
Everyone.
closing in on the 15,000 viewer territory now. Massive shout out to
Well,
each
in the
and every one of you.
Turbo, I had like 4 bigs, but they rolled back.
Joining myself and Jesse Sylvia for this day 6 coverage. Playing down to 6 today.
I'm somewhat of a random person in some respects.
Currently on a $70,000 pay jump between 15th and 14th,
hard to
all
peg someone
guaranteed
as a bird
291,000. I tell you what, Jesse, we have not been spoiled for big hands at this feature. Ace King now for Enrique.
Yeah, they can live apparently.
And it could not have come any sooner for him. He needs to make something happen at this point with the stack size.
Didn't even leave any stall.
17K pay jump?
70.
Oh, 7. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, that's a
7-0.
very small pay jump for.
Pay attention, Jesse.
We'll do better in the future, Henry.
Oh, we're going to be spinning the wheel.
Oh, here we go.
At some point, probably explore such options.
Carl, of course, making the call. I believe he's put too much in.
Wrong, bro.
Luck, boys.
There's one more.
How much is
Seems
it?
to be going around, putting too much in.
Thank you.
Pretty confident.
Cards
This looks familiar.
on their backs. Ace King.
Almost
The river should be
almost
familiar
the
as
same
well.
suits. What's
Okay,
that?
it's not.
The ace and the river should be familiar as well.
Is that so?
Talking about the
Good
Ace
luck to
King
you, man.
V9 sand late in day 5. Fair fight for 11.5 million chips. $70,000 ladder, we all know who everyone else is rooting for. As it comes Jack 5-4, clean so far for Carl Shaw. 6 outs twice for the Brazilian. Clean on the turn, stands up out of his chair.
Gotta do it.
Has to be done with 1 card to come. Doesn't find the ace on the river this
Yeah,
time.
man.
Carl Shaw finds the hold with the 2 9s. Crosses the 30 million chip mark. And with that,
Good game, bro.
everyone now guaranteed
Easy, brother.
$363,300
All in with 9 so many times.
for their efforts as Enrique
Last year was my
Zanetti
nemesis
from
hand,
Brazil
exit hand every time.
bows out in 15th, picking up
You get alligator
$291,700 for his efforts.
Yeah.
A career
Oh yeah, I'm
best
not a fan
cash
of the stand-up.
on the live felt.
Always comes.
Yeah. I mean, he just made
You didn't fight fire with fire, though.
more than first
Just
place
let it
in
ride.
most tournaments around the world.
Yeah, I
very
didn't bite.
We're really starting to get there.
You know those little Insta 360s? Yeah.
What's that?
You know those little handheld cameras, the little Insta 360s?
Like a GoPro kind of thing. Okay, I'm not sure.
Hello.
They're so light, the camera would. They're like half a pound. Yeah, I think it would be too much for them. Dude, they're so light. Like they land on you, you can barely feel them.
That's nice, by the way. You know, you come back 16, you get that first pay jump of the day. Bit of pressure release, you know, knowing that you're guaranteed more than you were last night when you bagged at the end of day 5.
Yeah, plus a little quick stim shot of excitement as you get closer too. So
It's like, what can I buy for $70,000?
God, it is so hard to keep emotions in check during these moments,
It's already done.
and it's an experience that you just have to be there for.
Good
Feel
already.
yourself. It's crazy. I watch every year. I watch deep in these big tournaments like this one, the main event. Somebody makes a mistake and they get criticized for it, and it's like you have no idea
Oh, dude.
how much additional pressure is on. How little sleep you've had.
We're 6 days in. I mean, these guys have been playing at such a high level.
Are you friends with Vlad?
I mean, We can
Almost
forgive
awesome. Yeah.
mistakes.
Yeah,
They're
I
all
like
human.
Vlad. Good kid.
Yeah, he is. You played with him at Poker Go
I did, yeah.
when he was winning everything?
I played with him a little bit then, and I played with him a bit more just like
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you in top 40?
I was before Bahamas. I got my work cut out for me come January.
I think
Are you
Chewy's talking
following his
about the
footsteps?
GPI. Top 40 in the GPI.
Hopefully.
We're
Nice.
talking about the
I played
PGT.
in Poker Go in summer.
Oh, is that top 40
the
qualifies you
million,
for the...
$1 million free roll. Yeah.
I see.
Maxim just getting smacked by the deck. I mean, come on. This is insane.
Yeah.
Brosco in the chat saying Guy in green is top tier human. He is indeed. It's Maxime. With the raise and take takes it down, we're going to be throwing it to a very short commercial. See you all very shortly.
It's better than playing poker? Playing poker on a boat. We're giving away a $12,400 package to the WPT Voyage, including a buy-in to a major tournament with a $1 million guarantee. Sign up at WPT Global using the link in the description below. Use the promo code PLAY and deposit $1 and you're in for a chance to set sail on the poker cruise of a lifetime.
Put them in the mix and like trade them from the start,
So it's funny you say that.
and like bankroll a certain amount, and like just see, improve that, like a proof of concept, right?
Yeah.
Like we have a formula. You come into our system. We can turn you into a winning player.
I definitely know what you're saying.
Yeah. I haven't seen anyone do that.
I think it's a bit challenging because you need there to be like proven motivation, and it can be easy to kind of just be along for the ride if you're just getting given the golden spoon, right?
Not to eavesdrop on their conversation, but I've been through a lot of the experiences that Chewy's talking about, and he's exactly right. You can't just say I'll work with somebody and I'll make them a fantastic poker player. They have to be a special type of human to actually get it done. And there are a lot of people who come in and work with top tier professionals and think you can kind of just learn through osmosis, just being around it, and that's not how it works. You have to be very dedicated to the study.
Do you think that's all it takes is dedication, or do you think there's more to it?
Well, I mean, it's just by dedication, I mean just the hours and hours of study. I also think you need to be the right type of person. You have to be competitive enough to just always be going after it in every spot. But you also have to be confident enough to go on long downswings.
Yeah.
And just continue to play the same game. Continue to play, really. I mean, plenty of us have gone on downswings and just taken a lot of time off, and that's obviously not very beneficial as well. Yeah, I do think what you're alluding to, that kind of special, almost like genetic makeup, is important.
I think so.
I don't think everyone is cut out for the poker world, and that's fine. That's why there's tons of other things you can do. As I meet more and more hyper-intelligent people in other avenues of profession, or other professions, I should say, I become more and more happy that the level of risk they're willing to take on isn't that high, because there are plenty of super smart people who could be very good at poker, but they'll just never be willing to go home from a day of work down 100,000, you know? There's very few people on the planet that can handle that.
Carl's checked it over 3 times to Chewy now. Chewy with one of those bottom range kind holdings. Queen high. Does he want to try and fold out some king high, ace highs? 1.8 announced. Half pot.
These spots are tricky against a player of Chewy's caliber because Carl finds the call. Well done. These spots are tricky against a player of Chewy's caliber because you know he's actually capable of value betting the ace queens. These kings. If you think the player is just going to check back a hand like that, then they're not representing as much value by a wide margin. And it becomes really easy to hero call them with the ace highs on the river.
Well, talking of heroes, how about Calvin Anderson taking down the $1,100 WPT Prime Championship here last night at the Wynn in Las Vegas. $1,386,280 for his efforts, including a seat into the 2024 WPT World Championship. What an absolute run that was for him.
Ludicrous run. 10,500 people in the field.
Nice little pick off there, by the way.
5-2 behind.
From Carl.
Thank you.
Something to take note of. Early showings. Seems fearless from what we've seen.
As I was going to mention.
I don't think Carl's looking to give up too much at the table. Even that ace-jack hand, he looked... It's hard for players to come up with enough bluffs there, and he still looked like he really didn't want to let it go. Obviously, he could know that Maxime's a very capable, talented player.
Yeah. In a weird way, I think we call with ace-5 and fold ace-jack.
Yeah, I would imagine that that is completely correct.
Yeah. So it just has like the worst 4-bet bluff candidate that he had in that spot, given the run out. Yeah, really exciting stuff from what we've seen. Jimmy Bluffett in the chat saying, Henry, did you see the 4-5 hand from Calvin yet? Crazy. I didn't see it myself. I was in the booth with Jamie, but Jesse was retelling me the hand history when we came into the booth today.
Yeah, that was the hand of the tournament for sure. Especially considering that
That's a cool idea. Fun challenge.
Cal won the hand and won the tournament afterwards. But
I think it would make a great
How much
series.
you have, like 48?
Like a YouTube series.
48.
Oh, for
for
sure.
those who missed it,
definitely
Cal
it would be awesome.
It'd be awesome. Like,
Yeah.
everyone
raised
would
over a
watch
limp, blind versus
it.
blind,
And
with
it's like
4-5
they're rooting for
offsuit.
the underdog, right?
Of course.
Like, it'd be
Continuation bet on Queen 3-3 Rainbow.
Call.
Called a check raise. Turn to 6. Called the turn. And river to 7 against 4-3. So just backdoored the straight against flop trips and doubled through his opponent, and the rest was history. That was a really special hand. When the river came off, Ashley and Jeff Platt just went crazy. It's like they kind of, it was that sort of response, like you feel like they kind of knew it was coming, but they still couldn't believe that it happened.
So how
Wait,
much
they kind of knew it was coming, but still couldn't believe that it happened.
28.
Yeah, you know that,
Thank you.
like the math is against it, right? But they almost seemed like, yeah, okay, sure. Does that make sense?
6.8.
Hold on a minute. Sorry, Jesse. This is a huge 3-bet from Carl Shaw. 6.8 million out of the big with the ace-9. What's this? 5.66 bigs. So what am I talking about? 11 bigs.
Maxime's going to get out of the way, yeah. And this is an awkward spot for Jason. He has a much better hand than he generally turns up with when he flats the cutoff here. He's probably onto the fact that Carl can get after it.
Call.
I could see either of the non-fold decisions being the one that he lands on, but just peeling, finding a safe board might be.
$15.7 million in the middle. Carl with the pre-flop squeeze. Queen 8-3 rainbow. He's going to check this one over. Just correctly recognizing perhaps that a lot of the flat calls from Jason are going to be wrapped around that Queen of Hearts in some fashion. That's like King Queen, Ace Queen.
That plus the fact that Carl squeezed quite large. The fact that Jason isn't traditionally in the spot that does a lot of peeling versus that large 3-bet as just the pre-flop caller. I think all of that adds up to being a little scary for Carl. Like maybe he's just run into the trap.
Yeah, also his suits as well. Ace of clubs, 9 of diamonds.
6 million.
Oh, why just like snap betting turn.
Yeah, now that Jason's checked back, obviously Jason could have jacks. He could have checked back queens as well if he ever plays queens this way pre-flop. Unlikely, but maybe. Maybe he checks back eights sometimes. But just the fact that it went check-check, generally, Jason's going to be a little bit capped. So that kind of gives Carl the green light. That plus having the 9 blocker gives Carl the green light to go after it a little bit. And he has the type of hand. Oh, wow. He has the type of hand that wants to bluff. It's one of the weaker hands he ever gets to river with. He's got blockers, all the straights. Doesn't have a heart.
Just wave the white flag on this one now. I mean,
the fact that the queen, king, and jack of hearts are out there makes me think that he can theoretically run some bluffs without a heart in his hand because the board blocks so many of the flushes his opponent would have anyways.
oh my word, Jesse.
This is gonna be sick. And I mean, if he puts money in the pot, I really doubt Jason can find a call. It would be a ridiculous call. We got massive pots on both tables. Is that what's happening?
It looks like a small pot actually. Short stack with about 4 million. King Queen against Ace 7. Looks like Ace 7 holding. Is that a king or a jack?
Oh, I thought that was a king.
Oh, you're right.
That's a king, right?
Yeah, that is a king. Okay. Ade doubling up. Still on a short stack.
Oh, Carl's checked the river after all that.
16.8.
Wow. So when we went away, we thought Carl was about to run the bluff, and instead it's Jason running the bluff, although he doesn't know it. He has the best hand. So
there is some big pot poker going on today.
yeah. I think I really would have liked to have seen the bluff from Carl. Just the fact that the 3 big hearts are out there means that the only flush I can really think of that Jason's...
Is Ace 10 of hearts.
Yeah, it's just the royal. I don't think he's peeling Ace 9 of hearts to that large 3-bet size.
I agree.
So... And meanwhile, Carl can squeeze all the suited aces. So he can have a bunch of flushes. Obviously, there's a lot of other hands to consider besides the flushes. But I'm just thinking about it from the point of view of, do you need a heart when you're bluffing? I don't think that Carl does. I don't think the heart is nearly as relevant as some other cards.
Well, if anyone was expecting a cagey kind of day due to ICM and insane payouts,
1.2.
it's safe to say that you are wrong. It's been non-stop action at this feature table since returning for day 6.
Yeah, I mean, if you just showed me these hands in a vacuum, I would never have guessed it was day 6 of the tournament. These guys are getting after it.
I mean, we're not even a level into today's stream, man, and we've already got the highlight reel hands. You throw someone like Carl Shaw in the mix, incredibly aggressive. Jason just going to continue.
By the way, Jason started the day with 19.2. If and when he wins this hand, because it's looking, yeah, okay. He is up to nearly 50 million. Hasn't come. I mean, the closest he came to playing an all-in was that bluff, but we know that.
I mean, look, sometimes you're out of the tournament.
Yeah,
you
true,
know?
true. I mean, we see it from a very
biased point of view.
yeah. What was I gonna say? Maybe results oriented, but it's almost like pre-results.
Yeah. Jason Min, 567,000 in live earnings. First recorded cash coming back in January of 2008. It's been around the block.
It's not Tupac, but we got some music.
He's actually currently guaranteed
Nice.
career best cash.
You listen to music.
This $363,000 cash in.
Grabbing your vibe.
Yeah.
So sick that he had 2.5 million when I left yesterday. And just nothing against him. He's played great, but I just wrote him off in my head as he's got 8 blinds, you know.
I know what you mean. The spin story.
Maxine coming in raising, and this is top stack versus top stack battle. Probably a situation where Maxine's going to play a heavy limp strategy, especially with 14 left in the tournament. So I wonder if Ben picked up on that and
The Frenchman has a whole lab.
thought maybe Maxine's going to have a strong range when he does find a
The
raise.
Frenchman has a whole lab analyzing everything.
Yeah.
I'm just messing around.
We need to hire more data scientists.
I know. I want to see some spreadsheets.
Spreadsheet just says Ben has 2 dogs.
Yep.
Chewy has 2 doves.
Yep. No, it sucks. All my friends, family are so far away.
Back on the islands, you mean?
Yeah, so they can't even.
They can watch along.
Yeah.
Little blind versus blind between Ben and Chewy, who have been quite cordial, friendly at the table so far. I always like these interactions when those 2 players are forced to play a pot together.
Could collide on certain board textures. Could be one of them, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean,
So I gotta be 6.
certainly some money is going to go into the pot. Chewy's not folding his gut shot. Backdoor flush draw.
Snap bet from Ben. Tried betting less than he's allowed to. Happens. Seeing a lot of misclicks, by the way, today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great sign of the nerves right there, or a way to see the nerves. Even
So-
Moorman, who's been here before, not here, but been in the big final table situations before live and, of course, a ton online.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just Moorman as well. Ben and Jason. Jason made a misclick earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Does call the raise.
Check.
This one might just go check, check now. That's like the only card in the deck where Chewy doesn't win the hand. Unless he just bombs, I mean.
Chewy's really good at these spots and managing to find bluffs. A lot of people just fail to have enough bluffs or any bluffs because it's just such a bad card. but Chewy will identify that he wants to have some bluffs, and maybe this is a really good hand for it because you can't win at showdown. It's 4 high. And also, his opponent can still have a 6. So that's something to consider. Look at that. He's just so good.
Yeah, regardless of how this hand plays out, just having the awareness. Ben's got one of those marginal types of holdings. Okay, Ben not thrilled about this. But he's going to make the call.
Wow.
Man, does Chewy just rocket man this into oblivion?
It seems so hard to do that once your opponent's bet called the turn.
Oh, hello.
Oh my god. Well,
5-ball corner pocket. That's why if you do find the barrel on the turn, Jesse, you make sure that you've got those emergency outs.
it's really good idea to do something like that, isn't it? I think it's almost unfortunate for Chewy here that his opponent happens to have a 6, because by the time he shows up at the river, given how they play the hand, he's going to have a jack a lot, which will just pay off the bet. And with 6-7, he might feel like, you know, this is the one that he can let go of if Chewy finds a big bet here. And I imagine his bet's going to be quite large.
There's part of me that's somewhat disappointed in the sense that I wanted
Yeah.
to see if he was going to go for it.
For sure.
But at the same time, finding that 5 guaranteed to cross the 25 million chip mark here. Can he squeeze out an additional 7.2 million? In a weird way, I feel like Ben getting sticky on the turn. Kind of made up his mind that he's calling.
It's funny because I don't know how... I don't think it matters how good you are, how analytical you are. You still have these thoughts go through your head like, okay, we're going to raise a flop, and then on the turn you're like, okay, well, I have a pretty good hand. Oh, look at that call.
Straight.
Chewy gets paid 27 million chip pot going his way. Ben putting chips in correctly on flop and turn. Went with his gut read, made the call on the river, and gets shown the 6 high straight.
So sick.
Chip leader coming into today. He's had a pretty rough start to day 6, not to state the obvious. But I must say, it felt like
Nice hand, Chewy.
there was just some,
That's pretty
you know, the misclick,
I got very
300k on the flop. That kind of led to a bit of, you know, confusion and, okay, is this guy just picking on me on the flop?
Either the fold or the heart. 5 wasn't
Yeah,
really even on
I
my
know.
radar.
That's what I thought you were trying to bet me off on. I didn't have either one of those. That's gross.
Once he puts chips in on the turn, felt like he'd made his mind up that he was calling most rivers, especially that one. They don't call him Lucky Chewy for nothing, Jesse.
I mean, I really like Chewy's play in the hand. Obviously, he got super lucky. But I think that's a very good example of why he's such an impossibly tough player to have at your table. Because there just isn't a spot where he doesn't sort through the line and figure out what bluffs he wants to have and make sure that he's not just
34-5.
sitting on only value.
What were they saying earlier on about first one's never a trap, Jesse?
2.8.
Jason walking right into said trap.
This is tough. I mean, fortunately for Jason, when the 4-bet comes in, or sorry, the 3-bet, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll forgive you. Just don't let it happen again.
You know, every time this happens, I feel like I'm on my last...
Last warning.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Chewy. opting to just limp call against the ISO.
This is really interesting.
It's allowed Jason to flop best on the 9-9-7, and I think Chewy's going to lose some chips here. The very under-wrapped ace-king.
Yeah. It's not even the worst flop for him, obviously. It's doesn't hit him, but usually those middling cards, the 9s, aren't in your opponent's isolation range. They're a little more polar. Obviously, they could have some 9 deuces, 9 threes, stuff like that. Some 10s.
Yeah, I have to ask, Jesse, the limp call from Chewy, is this just due to the fact of how polar the 3.5x ISO from Jason is meant to be? Like rags like this, and then ace-x that we dominate, king-x that we dominate, that we want to kind of keep in?
I would imagine so. But I think the way that I would visualize the makeup of Jason's range would be that there isn't that many weak aces in there.
Okay.
And maybe not a tremendous number of weak kings.
Blocking with the 1.8. Snap call, ace-king no good.
Yep.
Jason crossing the 50 million chip mark, and what a day it's been for Jason Min. Came in with 19.2 million, now finds himself atop of the chip counts.
Yeah, unbelievable day.
Holy smokes, the chat's gonna like that one.
A lot of excitement.
The chat's got to be going wild right now.
Chat's
I'm about
loving
to
it.
pull it up,
We got 18,000 people with us, Jesse.
you.
Live from the Wynn in Las Vegas, day 6 coverage. This WPT World Championship.
Give me some good luck on the big line.
18,000.
I mean,
Alright. London, like the city, yeah. Good in the big ones, okay?
oh, here we go.
Yorkshire Terrier. He's old, he's 16.
Moorman's dog.
Yeah.
His name's London.
London.
Yorkshire Terrier, 16 years old. Wow, I mean, that dog has seen more poker
My little guy too.
than most professionals. Like, 16 years old.
16 years old. He's
Pretty
probably
lucky-
grinded
lucky
most
charm
of
for
the
the big
hands
one.
that Moorman has.
I see that.
Yeah, I mean,
Along
that's
with him.
Name?
Desperate time, London, like the sea.
that's pretty much the time that Moorman started playing, right?
Oh, wow. I feel like I met
2006,
him ages ago.
2007
Yeah, he's
ish.
16 years old.
Yeah.
We met him at
Although I
some point.
believe London was Katie's dog
really
before
good
Moorman
dog.
and Katie met.
Yeah, it's
That's
too
So
big
he
for
missed
us.
some of the early years.
Okay.
It's awesome.
But
Once again, a warm welcome to all of you that have recently stumbled into the stream. Just one level into the day. Had 2 eliminations so far. Early departures in the day. We saw Enrique Zanetti losing a flip against Carl Shaw, ace king against 9s, and
Say in
Rafael
a second.
ooh,
blew out on the outer
London?
table.
Don't you disappoint
look
me.
at
Here we
this.
go.
It's pretty lucky.
Yeah?
It's pretty
Moorman
lucky.
hasn't sweat out his second card yet. He has
Yeah,
no
yeah.
idea how good his hand is.
Okay, you do that. Okay.
Well, you know.
I understand.
See, I know, okay. Hold on.
Oh, he has. He's just giving him a...
Oh wow. Yeah, he's pretty
London,
lucky.
why you do that?
London, come over here.
London.
Papa's wishes.
Bringing
mean,
the run good.
Stuck in there on Queen Jack. Like call him. Probably just fold.
Regardless of what year that
I'm feeling
London
like
checked into Moorman's life, it's safe to say that
Nah,
dog
stay
has
away
seen
from
more,
I'll take a chop.
more hands than nearly any person on the planet.
Oh, chop announced from
start for a
Paulius.
I'll take a chop. But
Not
I need
greedy.
to pass the blinds.
Good
too.
start.
London looks very proud of himself.
Not the best turn card to see.
Slowly dealer. Jack of clubs.
9 and a 9 only for the win for Paulius. Jack or a 3 for a chop. Doesn't find it.
Good game, brother.
Good game, man.
Chris
Good work.
Moorman is going to find the hold with the ace king.
The torch of the commentary.
Yeah.
Up to 22.7 million. Paulius, love to see the handshakes all round.
You can't overuse him though. You've got to put him back now.
My favorite contrarian.
Yeah, take care, man.
Take care, man.
That's my big brother.
Going home with 363,300
Good luck, man. Is it one more hand, yeah?
for his efforts. One more hand before our first break. We've had 3 eliminations, Jesse. Down to 13 players now in this World Championship, and Moorman adding chips to his stack, playing a very healthy 35 bigs.
His wheelhouse. No one's got more experience on 35
Moorman out
bigs
of there.
That's very true.
than an online MTT player who has more volume than anybody.
You're a suited.
Paulius
Yeah, if it's suited.
Vatikanis came in 16 of 16. Got to be happy with the ladder, right? Extra 70k and change.
70k is nothing to sneeze at.
Look, that's the next 7 years buy-ins into this World Championship.
True. Well, depending on how you play.
That's
Your
true.
day ones, right?
That is true. Maxime
Could be next year's buy-ins.
with the razor take. I mean, could be for some. Wow, what a first level to day 6. We kind of anticipated coming in that this was going to be one hell of a day of poker, and it really has delivered. Jason Min, who came in with 19.2 million at the start of the day, has vaulted into the chip lead when we come back from break. Big blind 800k. He's got 64 bigs. 13 left in the WPT World Championship. Don't go too far. Jesse, Silver, and myself back in 15.
Basically had somebody come over the top every time he opened after that, lost some other pots, and I think Dan stacked someone right at the end of the night too.
Yeah, that's actually, overwhelming chip leader. 61 big blinds. Second in chips is Mario Mosbach with 42.
He had a nice late night surge, by the way.
Let's turn our attention back to this because Carl has opened +1. Maxime, 1C over. I think this hand's over and done with. I don't think Carl's going to be continuing in any fashion. Maybe a 4-bet. Ace-Jack's kind of a nice hand to do it with.
Yeah, I think you're pretty 4-better fold from these positions. Ace-Jack offsuit doesn't play particularly well as a flat here. And quite often, if you're going to 4-bet, you'd like to have a suited ace because they're quite deep in the way that you construct ranges. You just need more post-flop playability. So you prioritize those suited aces over the offsuited counterparts, even if the offsuited counterparts have a better kicker. But we know Carl, very capable.
He is indeed.
8.5.
Oh my word.
This is nice.
Carl Shaw has not taken his foot off the gas whatsoever in the spots that we've seen him play today. 4-betting to 8.5 million after opening from +1. What do? Maxime is covered in the low jack.
Here's the magic of this 4-bet. Maxime has one of the best hands he shows up with here, and it still feels pretty terrible. You're playing a massive pot with a strong hand, not the best hand in the world, but a strong hand on day 6.
Well, hang on, what we got over here? Counter table action.
Is this
Mustache Mark showering.
one of the better hoodies I've seen throughout the series?
Sounds like John defended big one with the Queen-9 versus Rafael Blowitz, Ace-King. Check on the flop with 2 pair. And he check jam the turn. Our first bust out of the day. John. Flop in 2 pair. Oh, and Carl just flopping the best of it. 4.5 million. Getting looked up by Maxime for at least one street. 27 million in the middle, Jesse.
Maxime cannot feel good about calling on the flop. He has the backdoor flush draw, so clearly going to put the chips in. Even without it, probably putting the chips in. But the unfortunate part about calling on the flop is that most of Carl's 4-bet bluffs are going to contain an ace. So on ace-high boards in particular, you're not beating too many hands. This becomes tricky for Carl. I'd imagine he slows down. Yeah. If you start putting in 3 streets on this sort of board texture, you're going to very quickly only run into better hands.
Yeah, you know, the 4-bet was on the larger size, 8.5 million against the 3-bet of 3.5 million. Now it gets incredibly awkward at this SPR. Note both players with just popped back, and is there now a path to victory for Maxime, Jesse? Jack of clubs in hand.
I mean, that was the immediate thought that came to my head. At this point, he can't imagine that his jacks are the best hand. It's just very rare that your opponent turns up with a bluff that doesn't contain an ace, king, or queen, and he's probably not 4-betting 10s.
Right.
So you're very, very rarely winning the pot if you check it back. And then on top of that, he has a club, so he has a nice combo to bluff with. Obviously, the jack blocks some straights. I don't think straights come up that much, but it's a non-zero possibility. Problem is when his opponent checks again. He has to wonder how often he has ace-king, ace-queen. Things like that. Maybe something like pocket queens might make for a nice check because you're blocking your opponent's rivered 2 pairs, so
right.
Now give them room to bluff. If we see a shove here, this would be...
So 4-bet pot.
Is he going to go small?
Carl C-bet 4.5 into around 18. Maxime called. Turn, win, check, check. Now Maxime betting 11 into 27. Really tough spot for Carl here, I mean.
Yeah, and this is, I think this size is just designed to get ace 3 to potentially fold, something like king 10. All of the bluffs that made a pair, but not the strongest hand in the world.
Carl immediately kind of giving Maxime a bit of a stare down. Checking the itinerary. If he can sniff this one out, be the overwhelming chip leader with 15 left.
Super tricky spot, because unless your opponent turns something like jacks or 10s into a bluff, you're not beating anything.
The fact that turn went check, check, it's such a narrow range of hands that Maxime's representing. Well, well, well. Gets it done.
That was some impressive poker right there. Just identifying that we really need to be bluffing with this hand. And by the way, for Carl, I think that's a very reasonable fold, because when you have ace-jack...
Got Daniel Sepio over there as well, John Richards, Georgios Soteropoulos, who was very impressed with. I mean, very solid day of poker from him yesterday. The Greekman just consistently getting it done throughout the day. Jason with another
1.2
big hand here. Jack's being passed around for fun at this table.
Moorman. Little something something. What does he want to do here? Just flatting. Oh, no.
Clicked it.
That was a very casual 3-bet. I thought he peeled.
All of his 3-bets are very casual, by the way. There was a spot yesterday where Jamie and I thought he had grabbed flat calling chips, and he just sneakily just threw in a couple of extra 1 mil chips on top.
I'm not sure. 20.
Moorman certainly has his own style.
17.
Yeah, I mean the
Still
flat
20.
calling kind of opens the door for a squeeze behind. Moorman taking things into his own hands. And looking to just ISO and get heads up against Jason, or take the pot down pre. 3-bet pot. 7.9 out there.
As you get to these earlier positions as well, you start to play, especially with ICM, you start to play more of a 3-bet or fold strategy. There's not a lot of hands that want to enter the pot that aren't strong enough to consider 3-betting. And you deny equity to so many players behind you at the table. Not to mention pricing out the big blinds.
11.9 out there. Chris with the 25% C-bet on the 7-4 deuce. Deuce of clubs on the turn, completing the rainbow. Does Moorman take his foot off the gas now?
Yeah, this is a very awkward spot with Jason's quick call. He knows his ace-10 isn't good. He has decent blockers. He would probably prefer something like Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack, block a couple of the better pairs that would be flatted in Jason's position.
Does check through. 9 spades on the river, changes nothing. Jason with the check mark. He's getting really sneaky.
Jacks.
Yeah, maybe potentially some value that could have been had there. Not against Moorman's exact hand, but
Tough to get you to fold that.
Yeah, I wasn't folding that.
Everyone would stand up and start celebrating, round of applause, and then everyone else would join in. I must say, I feel for the pit bosses whenever we're in town for the WPT.
I thought for sure each table was gonna sing their table's national anthem whenever they scooped it.
It's great fun. Great fun.
Moorman raising it up here. I'm guessing that this size isn't correct that we have on the screen, but
3.5x from under the gun.
I'd be pretty shocked if he out of nowhere opened a 3.5x, but we'll find out. This could be something very interesting that he started doing.
Yeah, he's right. Whoa.
Oh wow. Oh, I wonder if he just put out the wrong.
Wow, Jason,
Yeah,
not
that's
paying attention. That's a huge mistake from Jason.
Yep. And this is a hand that would happily fold to a 3.5 as
Wow.
well.
That's insane, bro. What a time to make a misclick like that.
Magic of Chris Moorman.
I mean,
Moorman gets to continuation bet with the knowledge that Jason has every hand that would peel a min raise, which is
Who knows?
quite nice.
Mixing it up.
It worked.
It worked a treat, actually. It was actually perfect. It was actually perfect given my hand. It was actually... I like that.
worked the tree, hey? Oh, so it was a misclick from Moorman as well. Both players misclicking in the same hand.
Sorry. It's only 2 color chips.
If I do it again, then
I
it
would
wasn't.
put a lot of money on that being a misclick. I've watched Moorman play a lot of poker, and I've never seen him.
He's misclicking again, bro. 3 down, 7 to go. From 16 to 6. That is the plan for today's WPT World Championship Day 6 coverage. First level of the day was an absolute bloodbath with 3 eliminations. Warm welcome back to you all. We're live from the Wynn in Las Vegas. Jesse Sylvia in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. That's how things stand at this feature. Jason Min, had you asked him at the start of the day, you know, what would be the best start for you? From 19.2 to the chip lead, 64 big blinds. Maxime Chalaud also up there with a very healthy 61 bigs. Then a bit of a drop off to Lucky Chewy, third in chips with 37 bigs. Ben Jacobs, who came into today as chip leader, has given quite a lot of it back, playing 34 bigs. Chris Moorman and Carl Shaw both hovering around that healthy 27-28 big blind mark at the bottom of the chip counts. But with a 90-minute clock, Jesse, 27-28 bigs is still very healthy.
You know, there's something about Jason. I don't know if it's his flawless posture or just the way he sits. He looks very confident. Seems extremely confident at the table. I wouldn't be surprised if you asked him before the day, what's your goal after the first level, and he just said 80K, or 80 million. So, in my mind, he's only halfway there.
Is it okay to give us a shout out in the booth about how GTO that break was? Those 12 minutes.
Our timing?
Bathroom break. Went for a little stretch of the legs, walk around, bumped into some people, bit of socializing. Went for the most optimal drink one can go for. We were smart. We didn't overdo it with the coffee because we didn't want a coffee crash in like an hour's time. So we went for the tea.
Yeah.
Very GTO.
Yeah, we kind of did crush that.
We did. Came back with like 1 minute left. No sweat. I was sweating a little bit, but you know.
You knew.
I kind of knew.
You knew you made it. Henry gets pulled over in the hallways by a very high caliber level of poker player, by the way. No third placers in the main event. Second placers pulling Henry over. Just champions only.
1.6.
It is fun walking through the hallways here. Bumped into Jason Kuhn the other day as he was heading in to register the 1 mil. Just on break, walking through. Always good to see. I mean, everyone's in town, you know? Everyone's in town.
Yeah. It's like summer camp, but in the winter.
But look, they're biased towards me because they play the be friendly with Henry card because they know that I'm in the booth. They're going to get showered otherwise. So it's very, it's...
I got that vibe like they're just doing it because you're in the... Espen's just been your best friend for 4 years, gone traveling and living with you because he wants you to say nice things in the booth.
Doesn't want to get showered.
Yeah. You're just getting used, Henry. Look at Jason's stack. Just knowing that some of those chips are 1 million each is... And by some of those chips, I mean a pile of those chips.
$1.6.
Right, 1.6.
Ooh, chewy. Pocket queens in the big blind. We have seen Chewy be careful pre-flop with some strong hands so far. But I would imagine this one's getting 3-bet.
6.4.
Yep.
6.4.
He did that awfully quickly. I wonder how Moorman will read into that. Most likely Moorman will be forced to fold because while he has a pretty hand, it is 10 high. It doesn't play particularly well in these shorter stack scenarios. But that 3-bet was so fast. You could take that either way, really.
Chris doesn't like to back down in these spots. See if he can get away from this one.
There's certain players, even good regs, who when they say the word's all in, they almost always have it. Chris is not one of those players. He's very capable pre-flop. If he thinks it's a good spot, he will go with a hand.
Mulling over every option here. This isn't pondering. Moorman considering everything that's being presented to him. The flat call in position. Coming over the top of the big blind squeeze. Using up multiple time banks here.
It's an interesting hand, too, because he's unblocking all the bluffs. He knows Andrew's a very studied player, and he's going to be coming along with like the king deuce through king 5 type of hands, the ace deuces offsuit. Those will be his primary bluffs.
Wow. Really kind of edge of your seats.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff with Moorman in the tank. You just never know. And there are a couple of parallel universes in which Moorman rifles that in there.
Mm-hmm. And in most of those universes, he's out of the tournament.
Yep.
In a couple, he's
he's up to 46 million.
Yeah, and he's you know, he's put a little final table stamp on his stack. But there's a decent chance that Moorman's feeling very good about how he fares against this field. Even with so many strong players in. He's a very confident poker player. And if he feels like it's awfully close, he's just not going to be putting the chips in.
That was the first time I've opened your big blind in like 12 hours, man.
Gotta keep it that way.
Yeah. Back in my box.
Oh, love
God.
it.
4.5. 4.5.
4.5.
Well, as predicted in the hallway, Henry, Maxime and Carl are going to be battling.
Yeah, Carl now at that stack depth. 25 bigs, pretty handcuffed in terms of what he can do pre-flop.
He has a reasonably strong hand considering all the types of hands that he'll open from the hijack. And man, I wonder if he ever just decides that Maxine can find enough bluffs here and maybe he fires it in. Oh, he's going to let it go. Wow. Maxime has had his number so far. Although, to be fair, Maxime has had nearly everyone in this tournament's number from what we've seen.
It's very true. Yeah, Moorman and Shaw now at that stack depth. They're kind of handcuffed with their pre-flop opens because people like Maxime really are going to just leverage the ICM pressure that they're under.
Yeah, and we forget there's a pay jump coming up too. We're 13 left. There's a pay jump at 12, so that obviously allows the big stacks to put that tiny bit of additional pressure even on these opens in the form of 3 bets. But man, it just feels like you have to absolutely scratch and claw your way into winning any pots at this table.
This has been just such a pleasure as a poker fan to watch these guys really battle for every pot. I mean, it's been an absolute dogfight. And by everyone, by the way, there isn't anyone that I could single out. Maybe Carl Shaw, a couple of big spots where he's gone after it. Jason now, right on cue. Upstairs to 5.6. We've got 16,000 people with us just enjoying the show. Do let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Get involved in Twitter, by the way. Would love some pictures of your stream setups. Even if it's a basic one, just up on the laptop. You can tweet at us at World Poker Tour, at Henry_Kilbane, and at Mr. Jesse.
Mr. Jesse James.
Mr. Jesse James 4. Send us a pic of your stream setup. Let us know who you're watching with, where you're watching from, and who you're rooting for. I wonder how many people were screaming at the screen when Moorman was in the tank with 10-9 of clubs. Fold! Or how many Chewy fans around the world were saying, come on, Moorman, flick it in. Flick it in with the 10-9. We got Norway in the house, Toronto, Canada, Netherlands, Macedonia, Dobry den, Croatia. Wow, Denmark. What's going on here? Hungary, Switzerland, Scottsdale, Arizona.
Sick.
Love to see it. Shout out Montenegro. One of my favorite places in the world.
India, Malta, Mexico City. There's a wide range of places.
I mean, it's the World Poker Tour, Jesse.
It is. It's the World Poker Tour.
The World Poker Tour. MCM asking who's commentating. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by Jesse Silver in the booth.
Million.
We're both going to be here for all of today and for the final table as Carl once more takes the 3-bet spot. Big blind V cutoff. What do we do here in Chewy's shoes?
It's such a big 3-bet. I think you have to play fairly straightforward versus it. That said, Chewy has a suited ace. This is the type of hand that could get a little out of line. Oh, he's calling. I like, yeah. I mean, it was a big 3-bet. Chewy does feel like Carl's going to be pretty polar.
Well, Jesse, I have to ask, the SPR less than 1. This is incredibly awkward for Carl Shaw.
Yeah, Carl has a 7, and he has a club. Now, that said, those are good reasons to bet. That said, the Queen-9 type of texture is generally not what you want to see when a person has called a 3-bet in a polarizing spot for a third of your stack. He's going to check here. Chewy has a hand that could go either way for sure. He is content to try to take showdown, and I mean he did think he had the best hand pre-flop. I think that's why. I should say he thinks he has the best hand pre-flop a decent percentage of the time. He's probably aware that when Carl 3-bets, Carl often has some sort of blocker that contains either an ace or a king, so he can navigate reasonably well on those relevant boards that. Wow.
Delayed C-bet from Carl Shaw, back up to safe waters for now as we throw it to a quick commercial.
The WPT Global Winter Festival is back. Over 180 events and over 4 million in guarantees. Come play at WPT Global. Click the link in the YouTube description below, sign up with bonus code YT19, and receive your welcome package with a deposit match and free tournament tickets.
Bonus code YT19 over on WPT Global. Get involved if you haven't already. There were plenty of storylines in this World Championship of people that qualified in for free. There was a scavenger hunt that Jamie was involved in with some poker fans that won a seat for free into it, ended up cashing. I mean, that's a pretty solid ROI. Those are satellites as well.
So I guess what happened, Henry, is The players went on break and they all agreed that somebody has to 3-bet every hand when they come back.
Image building.
Yeah.
You know, he got 90 minutes to do it. The entire poker world watching.
They said, hey, we're on the feature table. Let's give them a show.
100 more.
Forget the money we're playing for. Carl just folding king-queen.
I mean, you can't take every 3-bet spot, right?
No, but that's a pretty good hand to do it with, I have to say. I'm a little surprised. Oh no, Maxime forgot about the rule. He's just calling out of the big blind with ace-5.
Don't think, maybe he didn't get the memo. It wasn't in French.
Oh no.
Didn't have a translator on site.
They kept it monolingual.
Well, 10-3 deuce. Fun flop, top pair for Andrew. Maxime with a wheel draw and that all-important ace of hearts. Jimmy Bluffett asking if there's going to be a redraw at 12. There will not be. This is an 8-handed tournament. There will be a rebalancing if there's 7 and 5, of course.
Andrew C bets, and I imagine Maxime's mostly going to call here. Obviously, having the ace of hearts, he can kind of do whatever he wants, but you might want to save the check raises for hands like 5-6, 6-4, things that make the actual nuts when they find their gut shot. Also, just his hand has a lot of showdown value, even against a hijack open.
Well, 6.8 million out there. Chewy with the betting lead. See how he wants to navigate this one.
This is another situation where if it was earlier in the tournament, I'd be confident that Chewy would always bet, or nearly always bet the turn. But just wanting to play smaller pots in general.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Right on cue.
Oh my goodness.
Checks back and allows Maxime to get there on the 4 of hearts river. 6.8 million in the middle. See what sizing the Frenchman comes with and see if Chewy can find an exit.
Yeah, the only saving grace for Chewy is that it's the 4 of hearts, which completes a lot of the hands that Maxime would normally get to bluff with on the river. So it's very difficult.
That's 6 million.
It's very difficult to think of what bluffs Maxime could have at this point. Maybe he has to turn something like Jack 3 into a bluff. Or maybe something like 3-6 suited, if he peels pre-flop with it.
Such a grim spot for Lucky Chewy.
Yeah. Stronger than average hand
Oh,
here, wow.
Take a bow.
Quick fold, too.
Take a bow, Lucky Chewy. Just waste no time at all. Little crack of the knuckles. Ponders over the decision for a few seconds.
You're welcome.
Makes a very disciplined fold. How about that? I mean, we talk about winning flips, getting big bluffs through. What about the big hero folds, Jesse?
Especially at this table, against these players. All that much more impressive to find folds. Maxime doesn't strike me as a player who is incapable of finding a bluff in any situation.
Chewy too good. Got the first entry coming in on Twitter from Tyler Gix, sharing his gaming setup with us.
1.6.
I would say maybe go and see a doctor.
Is the picture on his computer of his computer?
I think it's of his room.
Oh, okay.
With the desk in the background. Yeah. I don't know, maybe, call a maid in. Tyler, yeah. Good luck grinding.
Call an exorcist in for that room.
That's impressive.
think you got a few demons, if that's your setup. And that's coming from a guy with not the cleanest setup you've ever seen. I have been traditionally fairly unorganized, but...
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that read.
Get that read right away.
No, I like it. I'm slowly becoming that person with age. I'm kind of glad.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny. I feel like I'm finally transcending away from that person. Although, very slowly.
Bit of an OCD freak.
I might have a little touch of that as well. It just doesn't carry over into the positive aspects of the condition. I didn't get the organization, but I do check my stove to make sure I turned off the burner quite often. I just realized that you're having people send in their setups on Twitter. So somebody took that picture, or, had that picture. Went over to twitter.com, logged in, loaded up the tweet, had a little laugh, hit send.
And that's someone that's listening to the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it.
Ben in the small blind with ace-5. He looks like he wants to do something here.
Raised to 4.2.
He's going to 3-bet really small. This is interesting because, especially given that he's been on the tighter side so far, these small sizings out of position are often looked at as strength. Maxime's not going to go anywhere quite yet. He's getting a great price, and he has a suited ace, so he's certainly not going to fold. But
10 million even. Things have not been going Ben's way so far today. Came in as chip leader. Looking likely to take this one down unless Maxime really wants to freestyle. It's the kind of board texture you could see him potentially doing it on.
it's a really small flop bet as well. Maxime might be a bit skeptical that his opponent would pick such a small sizing with aces or kings or something of that. But Ben is going to take it down. Even if you're skeptical, if you're Maxime, you just have better hands. Ace deuce is just so far down.
Yeah, that would be really freestyling. I mean, but from what we've seen, we know he's capable of it. Got Morgan May in the chat over on YouTube saying, first time watching the WPT, was here a few days ago for the creation of Mustache Mark and haven't looked back since. Really appreciate having you, Morgan, as well as the other 18,000 of you watching this day 6 coverage. I mean, these players are really deserving of such a viewership. It's been an intense battle, just a level and a half in. Just a real dogfight, you know? I mean,
yeah.
Put these guys in the octagon and it would be less bloodier than this one's been.
That's the perfect phrase for it.
Think we got any brawlers out there? Maxime? I think Maxime can brawl.
I think Maxime can throw some weight around. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think he'd be throwing jabs. Let's put it that way.
No, just absolute bombs.
Haymakers, yeah. It's just haymaker after haymaker.
See him doing a shoey afterwards as well. Imagine if he wins this and just does a shoey on stage. You'd love to see it.
Chewy would have a very gentle Gracie style. He'd sweep the leg, take you down, and then let his expert jiu-jitsu do the rest.
I was about to say like a Brazilian kind of Aikido, something like that. Just like a gracious fighting style as he fights his way to victory in this one with the re-jam. 13 left, eh? How about it?
You can almost taste it at this point. It feels so close.
I mean, the fact that we've been here since day 2, so many storylines emerging over the last, 5 days of play. Down to the final 13, everyone guaranteed 363,000.
One of the things that acupuncture tends
We are on a $93,000 pay jump.
Get to as much.
Between 13th and 12th.
I was in a car accident.
Oh shit.
6 years ago. Now I have permanent, like, I'm like always numb.
No way. Back or?
Yeah, back. It's really bad.
Hey man, if we can help you, sure would love to do that. How long are you going to be here for?
Depending how long I've been this game.
Fair enough. I would say I would grab your number, but the phone's locked up.
Yeah.
Let's
connect.
keep in touch.
Yeah, I come to Vegas pretty often, so.
Cool.
Raise. 1.6.
Chewy's just such a great effing human, bro. He
the
really is, right? I mean, how can you not root for this guy?
I feel like once every 5 to 10 years you meet a person where you just immediately realize I'm never going to meet someone quite like this person ever again. There's only one of these. Chewy's definitely one of them.
Like 22?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chris defending the big with the suited queen. It's the two Brits. Look to battle. Old school v new school.
This was here in Vegas.
As it comes, queen 8-5, top and bottom for Moorman. 1 over to Carl Shaw's pocket nines.
Okay. You gotta sift through.
Bet 2.
Curious to see how Moorman proceeds here. Jesse against the just shy of half pot c-bet from Carl. Does he want to fast play this one?
It's interesting. So he has kind of the classic strong hand that you generally slow play top and bottom. Because when you have bottom 2, you're unblocking top pair, so you really like to get the check raise in now. And when you have top 2, your hand's so strong, you just want to put in a check raise and cooler them right away. But top and bottom gets slow played a lot. That said, they have such an aggressive dynamic going on. Maybe not just between these two players, but just generally both players do that.
Yeah.
Putting the money in right now makes a lot of sense. And we know that considering the hands that they have, Chris really wants to be check raising right now because Carl has the type of hand that will probably not be folding to a small check raise on the flop, but will be checking back the turn a ton and potentially finding river folds. So this is Chris's best route to getting more money out of his opponent.
I also think, given how many turn cards, like complete straights, any 4, 6, 7, 9, 10 jack, we want to stack aces and kings now, right? King, queen, ace, queen. Like, we want to make it so that they can't get away. For example, on a turn like this, as Carl does pick up a gut shot.
Case in point.
14.8 million out there. Moorman just north of pot behind.
This is a tricky turn card for Moorman. Because this not only completes some of Moorman's draws, but also completes a lot of Carl's floats in terms of making at least a pair, potentially a straight. One nice thing that Moorman could consider is that the most likely underpair to the top card on the board that would check back is pocket jacks. So Carl's a little less likely to have pocket jacks than he is to have pocket 10s or pocket 9s. Those require a little more protection.
That's a great point. See if Moorman just goes for it. Just goes for the juggler.
Considering how float heavy Carl seems to be in these spots, it might be nice to pick a small sizing and let Carl continue to float with something like ace 9 suited with a backdoor flush draw, ace 10. Things like pocket 9s will fold to the shove, but they may not fold to this sizing. So I started that sentence before Moorman put out his bet.
You did. Don't worry. No one's here.
Yeah. No, but it's, I mean, I would have said something right around 5 million. I really love this bet size by Chris.
Well, he's managed to extract another 5.4 million from Carl. 25.6 out there. As the 4 of diamonds completes the run out. Moorman with the check mark. Going to be playing a very healthy 35 million. The conclusion of this hand. See if he can extract any more from Carl. Surely not now. Carl with a pretty bad bluff catcher. Blocking hands like 9-7.
Especially with the presence of the 4, so 6-7 got there. You would expect Moorman's most likely bluffs now to be something like 9-7, 9-6. Having 2 9s in your hand, not great.
All you can eat.
Here we go.
How much is it?
Carl asking for a count. He's been put through the ringer a bit over the last level or so. Was so close to crossing the 50 million chip mark against Maxime in that ace-jack v Jack's hand.
It's actually sick how big this pot's become. It's just a small check raise and a small turn bet, but Chris could potentially go from, if Carl folds, Chris will go from 22 million, I think, to 35. And Carl will be one of the short stacks in the tournament.
Yeah, Carl's going to be down to sub 20, maybe even less, if he calls this off here.
9.9, yeah?
Just checking the itinerary, see what he's going to be left with. Trying to get a read from Moorman. Moorman giving nothing away, stoic as ever at the table. Does Carl Shaw want to be a hero? Doesn't.
Yeah, good fold. I really think that particular hand needs to fold. Even getting that good of a price. He's just blocking way too many of Moorman's bluffs. He also had the 9 of spades and the 9 of hearts, so he was blocking a lot of those gut shot backdoor flush draws like 9-6 suited, which are, you know, the most natural check raise bluffs for Chris to find are those backdoor flush draw ones.
Would have been an ambitious call. Finds the fold. Chris Moorman chips up to 35 million chips now. In the words of James Dempsey
Nice one,
and
Chris.
Toby Lewis, that's high morale. High morale for the boys.
Morale is peaking.
It is indeed.
Amongst the Moorman fans right now. As is his stack.
What a tournament. Almost 20,000 people watching over on YouTube now. A worthy amount of viewers. Watching these 13 just...
What do we hit, 20,000?
We're closing in on the 20,000. We're about 400 off.
400 off? Oh, we're doing this.
If you haven't already, give your grandparents a call.
I'm gonna send my dad a text. You know, he's
a
fan of the pokers.
Let your neighbors know.
I'm out here in the trenches, Henry, texting family members.
10 million.
Oh, Carl says run it. This could be going in, Jesse. Fives against ace-8. 15 big blind rejam from the big against the button open. Does announce himself.
I don't know how you get away from this.
Anything going on down there?
It's on a huge pay jump, by the way. $93,000 pay jump between 13th and 12th.
Carl, by the way, very calm considering he hasn't seen what his opponent has. His opponent snapped him off, so we know he's flipping, but...
Carl is doing very well for himself in life, not to take a sniff at this spot that he finds himself in. Says let's go to get back up to 26 million chips. Needs to win a flip. Love seeing the fives, by the way, when you get snapped by Jason.
Yeah.
Pocket fives? Yeah, we'll take it. How about this for a tournament-defining moment? Jason can just hold here. Be playing more than 60 million after starting the day with 19.2. But there's an ace in the window. Ace of Hearts window card. Now Jason with just 10% equity with 2 cards to come.
You know, I'm not trying to jinx Carl here, but ever since you told me the sitting next to him on the plane story.
Clean run out across turn and river.
It's starting to feel like fate that he'll be at the final table.
Carl Shaw up to 26.6 million now. Yeah, how do I not get the 10 ball in there?
Oh yeah,
You
that
know?
was a punt, Henry.
On the plane, we're sat next to each other. Gives me the speech about
My dog doesn't make any noise.
10.
I have to check he's still
10,
alive.
Carl? Yeah, go on then, Henry. Yeah, why not?
So you're gonna sell to me at face, right? I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't make any noises.
I'm gonna be doing work for you in the booth.
Wow, what a punt from me. That's
too old for that. It's wasted energy.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
Were you under the weather on the flight or something?
I was actually, yeah, I was pretty jet lagged.
All right, fair enough. Whenever I'm sick, I'm not my
sharp,
clearest minded. Yeah.
Missing out on some clear spots. What he's not missing out on is some freshly found chips, up to 26 million after a rough level and a half or so.
An orange juice of ice. Thank you.
All right, the Eagle has landed. The link is in Dad's.
Makes sense,
DMs.
because we're up to 22,000 viewers.
There you go.
In just a minute and a half. You let Dad know.
I'll take a...
Everyone clearly listened to what we said and let their neighbors know and their grandparents know. The numbers are absolutely rocketing. Huge momentum shift there. Fives again. What's Dad saying?
No, I was just gonna say, you know, Dad is OP. He comes with a small army. 600 or so. He hasn't even received the text probably, and 600 showed up. So imagine what will happen when he reads it.
27, 28.
Shout out to Papa Sylvia. Seems Looks like Carl heading over to the rail, getting some insights perhaps. You know, on a 30-minute delay, obviously, to protect the integrity of the game, but you are allowed to receive information from friends in the form of hand histories.
$1.1.
Do you think that's a legitimate rip on Carl's hoodie? Or do you think that was strategically placed by some designer who...
That's Givenchy. Shout out to the designers over there. Strategically placed.
Yeah, that's above my pay grade right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not...
Just the pronunciation alone was above my pay grade. That was well done.
Thank you, thank you. I like money. 2K for a hoodie. Maybe if I'm really feeling it, you know, if the UTH heater continues, if I bankrupt the Wynn Casino, perhaps you'll see me in Givenchy with Carl picking out, you know, a winner's hoodie.
That's the nature of the game.
Or
Yeah.
two. I tell you what, if Carl wins,
Well, they actually can. from the
I'll
screen.
buy a Givenchy hoodie. Just,
Well, it's 30
you know,
minutes
to
away.
kind
Right,
of...
I understand that, but they
Solidarity.
still do get-
Yeah.
I like it.
That's a big
A lot can happen in
You know, if
30
you,
Yeah,
if
30
you
minutes.
bankrupt the Wynn and took it over, Kilbane Casino has a nice...
I literally think he has like
rolls off the
1.1 or
tongue really
something,
well.
Yeah.
And he just made it through.
Alliteration.
It doesn't really
Yeah,
matter.
I'm heading
now.
down to the Kilbane.
One's
They have a
really
1K
short.
going on. 3-day ones. Big field.
1.6.
The nightly Kilbane.
Oh, the nightly
With
Kilbane.
spelt with a K.
Yeah.
You know? Just a friendly reminder to all of you, in about an hour and a half's time, Nick Schulman will be jumping in the commentary booth for the WPT Big 1-for-1 drop. It's the $1 million buy-in where Dan Smith finds himself chip leading with 6 left and 7 million plus up top.
I really don't want to send people over there from here. But I will say, if you haven't heard Schulman commentate, it's something special.
We've got Aditya Agarwal in the chat saying, I reckon we get to the final table in the next hour. Gut feeling. The unofficial final table of 9, I can see it. Down to 6, no chance. AB saying, hold your word. I promise. I don't need to pretend. If he wins, I will go and buy a Givenchy hoodie. It's fine.
Look, guys, you can't see Henry, but I saw the look on his face as he...
I'm excited.
Yeah, he didn't need a lot of reasons.
I've been looking for an excuse, okay? James Newstead saying, Henry, can you tell the story where you mortgaged your house to play a high roller only to bust with aces on the bubble? What on earth? Where on earth? One, firstly, I'm not rich enough to own a house.
Just hotels.
Just the hotel or two.
You're playing Monopoly backwards, by the way.
Barknut saying, I love you, Henry, but Schulman is the GOAT. No disrespect. Hey, listen, none taken whatsoever. We were just talking earlier on about Schulman. The guy's just too cool for school. Really makes the rest of us look kind of bad, to be honest with you. He's just that good.
Yeah.
He does it effortlessly as it comes. King 10-6. Both players connecting in the form of middle pair. Chewy with the nut kicker.
Chewy always check calling here, trying to keep the pot small. Raising would only keep in a number of hands that he really doesn't want to be up against. Mostly strong draws and a king. And at this point, I imagine this is just going to get checked down. Maxime has more than enough showdown value with his hand. that he never really considered turning it into a bluff. Queen would be an interesting card. The king should shut the action down completely. Chewy could come with a block bet here, something quite small. But again, just the nature of how deep they are. More likely to be a check, and Maxime's just going to go for showdown.
A nice little pickup there for Chewy. Back up to north of 30 bigs, playing 26 million now.
Yeah, much needed pickup. He's starting to get into that zone where you don't have as much maneuverability, but 30 big blinds allows him to still do a lot of things, both pre-flop and post. Yeah, I'm heading down to the strip later. There's overlay in the daily at the Kilbane.
Lucky Chewy, the famous green hoodie. 17.1 million in lifetime earnings. Best live cash of 1.77 million. Also known as Andrew Lichtenberger, by the way.
Thank you. 1.6.
There's the 1.6.
Had a nice little 1.7 million score just a couple of months back in the 300k Super High Roller Bowl. As
look at this.
Mustache Mark playing a small one against Ade. Ade's ace-9 holding up against Mustache Mark's king-queen.
It looks like they put it in pre-flop all but one chip.
Yeah.
And just flicked it in after. It also looks like Ade is quite short.
Very short. It was only 3 bigs.
Oh, wow.
Oh, good for him. He's quite a nice guy.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the whole bunch of us are.
I think so.
See, that's the wine in you talking. Love that. Yeah, for sure.
What a blind versus blind between Jason and Chris. We haven't seen this yet. And they have become 2 of the larger stacks in the room. Jason currently on a little bit of a downswing from his peak, losing that flip a moment ago with the pocket 5s, but nice flop for Jason. Good flop to check. Plenty of showdown value. A little bit of board coverage. The type of hand that likes to control the size of the pot. Perhaps let your opponent bluff on later streets. Moorman has a type of hand that might just try to get to showdown as well. It's not going to win that often at showdown, but if you start bluffing with every single hand that gets post flop, you're going to be bluffing far too much. So these king highs, ace highs really need to be very showdown heavy. Note that Moorman almost definitely folding here, but takes his time. I really appreciate that. Especially in these sort of non-standard post-flop spots. Just really thinking through it. Is this a situation where I can eke out a little extra, a few extra chips than the other players might by finding a weird raise?
A quick look at the scores. On the doors, Maxime Gillard still out in pole position. Jason Min has dropped some back. Tournament chip leader coming into today. Ben Jacobs in the middle of the pack with 38 bigs. Lucky Chewy, bottom of the chip counts, but still a very healthy 32 big blinds. Carl Shaw with that lifeline after doubling with the ace-8 against the 5s. Back up to 33 big blinds now. Second level of play.
Thank you. Oh yeah, you could take it.
Thanks so much.
You start the hand with 25, 20, almost 26. 1.6.
Hey, take a 1.6.
Jason with the kitchens. Opening up on the button. There's a lot of talk about this hand last night in the Ultimate Texas Hold'em streets.
Ain't that water so funny?
Complete whiff for the suited connectors of Carl.
Legendary hand. Have I told you the story of why this is called the kitchens?
No, do tell, because like the lads last night were talking about it, and I was curious as to why we kept asking for the dealer in UTH to have the kitchens, like for just 10 high whenever we had pairs.
So I wasn't there, but the story I was told was two East Coast regs, I want to say Borgata regs, somehow got the same main event table day one. And one of them, out of nowhere, just played 10-3 against the other one in a big pot.
I don't know about that.
Wins the pot, knocks the other guy out. They're friendly, you know, they're friends. And somebody at the table's like, wow, busting your friend with 10-3. He goes, yeah, I sent him to the poker kitchen. Because that's where you go when you're out of the tournament. So then kitchens just became this famous hand. And if you go to Borgata, at least if you went to Borgata in the 2010s, everyone was trying to get each other with kitchens. One of my best friends in the world used to run up and bust bankrolls back in the day.
Classic.
And I remember very well that he took a big shot at a big cash game off stake. He opens, a reg 3 bets him. He has 8-6 of clubs, he calls. The flop is something like 7-4-3.
Hold your horses. Hold on 1 second, because it looks like it's gone open, flat, 3-bet. Hang on, wait.
There's like 15
oh,
people
there's
involved
sorry,
in this
yeah,
pot.
it's gone open, all in, call. Ben Heath opening under the gun. Looks like it's Dan that's taken the rejam spot over the Ben Heath open. Daniel Sepiel, and Ade has overcalled on the button.
This is a crazy hand.
Ben seems pained by this. There's a 26 million chip rejam. Tens into aces. Are they playing around 6.4 million or so? Here comes King Jack 3. Has diamonds covered. Jack on the turn. Is that the 10 of spades? 10 of spades on the river.
Brutal. Because of so many additional chips in the pot besides those two players, that was a massive pot for Ade.
Oh, that's disgusting.
He would have went from 6 million to something like 16 million.
10 of spades, corner pocket on a $93,000 ladder. Daniel Sepiel spiking the 2 outer, and with that, Jesse, we're down to 12.
Like someone who gives you a bad beat on the river and says, sorry.
No, it's the worst.
Not really.
God, what a devastating
Sorry,
river.
give my money back.
Ade had just spun from 3 big blinds up, and he was
That's brutal.
Take the cold back.
nearly back in it.
I'll take
That really is brutal.
Fair trade.
I don't know if that's fair.
So Carl flat out the small. Maxime ISO'd 2.2 pre-flop. Carl flopping best on the 8-7 deuce. 2 clubs, middle pair, nut club, blocker. Picks up the nut flush draw on the turn. I do want to get back to the kitchen story, but we were talking earlier on how we kind of anticipated these two to be battling against one another when we returned from break. Has been quite the dogfight between both.
Now I understand when they say that phrase, I've got that dog in me.
Yeah.
These guys have that dog.
They do. They really do. Let's check through. $8.4 million out there. Options on the table for the young Brit.
Ooh. Nice river for Maxime to find some bluffs on with his hand.
He has been getting the better of Carl up until now. See how he proceeds with this one. He's reaching, Jesse. He is reaching.
How big are we going?
I mean, that looks like close to pot.
Wow. And Carl, by the way, has every option on the table. He has that all-important ace of clubs, which potentially...
The river 9.
Well, now he won't be bluffing, that's for sure, after talking.
Yeah, I don't know if a 9 goes for this sizing, though, you know?
Yeah.
8 million, a 9?
Especially this deep in the tournament, probably a lot of polarity in the pot size bets.
Carl has a really nice bluff catcher. See if he can sniff this one out. He's obviously been given the information from Israel about some of the previous hands. Staring Maxime down, trying to get a read. If he can make the call here, Jesse, it's going to be up to 36 million.
Carl has made a couple close folds versus Maxime already, and just generally.
Oh, he's made the call. 24 million chip pot.
What a hand.
Going Carl Shaw's way.
I was about to say, at some point, Carl's going to say enough is enough and flick the chips in.
Was that the turning point in the battle between Carl Shaw and Maxime? Really have been going after one another. And with that pickup, Carl Shaw vaulting up to 4th in chips. Maxime Chilo down to the middle of the pack now.
4th in chips a moment ago. He was all in
For his
a
tournament.
pretty short
yeah,
stack.
that's crazy.
Swans, Henry.
Swinging for the fences.
It's weird not to see it slow anymore, right? It's the only entertainment I have.
Are you? Have you been around the poker world long enough to know swans are one thing? Do you know that phrase?
No. Swungs are what?
Swans are one thing.
Do tell.
That's an old one. $37,000 people watching. Currently at 1.8 thousand likes. Would love to get up to 3,000 by the end of today. If you haven't already, please do take a couple of seconds out of your day to click that like button. You have no idea just how much it helps us grow the channel, reach a wider audience. Who wouldn't want more poker fans tuning in for this day 6 coverage? It also helps assist the World Poker Tour on their efforts and a journey to continue growing the game that we all love on such an epic scale. Holding events like this, 2nd year in a row. More importantly, it's a little thank you for this content being free of charge, by the way. Day 6 today, final table tomorrow. 5.6 million will be going to the eventual champion. And as a little cherry on top, we've got Nick Shulman covering the $1 million buy-in WPT big 1-for-1 drop. That's all being streamed on our channel. We're only asking for the click of a button. Austin B saying 36k people watching and 1.8k likes. Pathetic. Couldn't agree more. You know, when you're right, you're right. I've done my part. I've hit the like button.
Philip Kilrith saying, click the like button, my fellow pigeons.
This really is the most top-notch chat I've ever seen.
It's fantastic. I mean,
all week, people have been killing it out there.
We've got it all. 5 days of this. Had the 300, 600, 1,200, 2,400 high-stakes cash game. We had the $1,100 Prime Championship. Look at this from Chewy, by the way. The high card, low card offsuit from the big against Carl Shaw's Open. This table has been relentless. I mean, show me a 3-bet spot that's been passed up on. Honestly, I'm struggling to think of many.
Completely agree. And Chewy finding a couple of the less standard ones.
Yeah,
with the
I like
Queen
this.
6 off, Ace 5 off. They're certainly in there. Some sliver of 3-bet you'll find on the charts, but just not easy ones to find at all.
Yeah. Thank you. No problem.
You know, there was a lot of back and forth about the streaming schedule here in Vegas during the WPT World Championship, about whether or not to stream from the start of this tournament, you know, day 2 coverage all the way through to the final table. I hope it's something we continue doing. It really allows us to build up those storylines. We're there for the bubble. We're there for, you know, the online qualifiers, the people that have won packages for nothing, making life-changing amounts of money, even in the form of a min cash for some people. It's just fantastic to see. And while there are 25Ks and 50Ks going during the series, a bit of TV time for, you know, the recreationals and the poker enthusiasts that don't typically get to be on TV as often as some of the high rollers do. So really appreciate having full coverage of this event.
Yeah, the story building especially. I love following someone from early on and then somehow they're still in day 6, day 7. It's
mustache
really
Mark.
special. Mustache Mark, man.
Here we go.
How is he doing, by the way? Do we
He's
have his
still in. He's doing well.
Current chip count?
Yeah, average stack over on the outer table.
Average stack? Nice.
Oh no. Jason, top pair against bottom set. And strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. There may be fireworks here. The only saving grace, perhaps, the run out for Jason, as it is an incredibly wet flop texture. Going to be a lot of straight completing turns. Diamonds and hearts out there as well.
Chewy has a really nice hand to check raise right away as well. He's just unblocking all of the top and middle pairs that would be forced to continue versus a check raise. It's the type of board texture, like you said. There's only a few turn cards that wouldn't change the board in some way. So the type of board texture where you want to put more money in now before bad cards come off. You can't get value later on.
This could be one of the biggest hands of the day so far, as Chewy has check raised to 6.7 million, and Jason is going to be continuing in some fashion.
Yeah, Queen Jack just far too strong to be folding to the check raise, especially against a player as capable as Chewy. Maybe if you're real dialed into a particular player and you think they're
17 million.
Oh, he's
quite
just
tight.
said all you can eat. Lucky Chewy is a 98% favorite to be up to 56 million.
That's really bad.
And I believe if he finds the hold here, Jesse, he's going to be tournament chip leader with 12 left. Hold your breath as he turns him dead.
That'll do it.
Not even a sweat for the Octopi Poker co-founder and poker legend, Andrew Lichtenberger, so known as Lucky Chewy, up to 56.2 million. And now in pole position to take this one down. Throwing it to a very short commercial. Don't go too far.
There's top pair.
Oh, Phil, I'm glad I caught you. I don't know what you're getting into this weekend, but I'm hosting my monthly poker game. Yeah, the stakes, you know, they're a little smaller, but with straddles and bomb pots, I mean, it can play pretty big. I mean, put it this way, Phil, I've seen the pot reach $100. And my wife is making her nacho dip. So it's pretty good.
Hold, please. Did you say nachos?
Sign up for free today at WPTGlobal.com and use bonus code YT48 and get a free welcome deposit bonus up to $1,200.
Chewy's still stacking up the chips. What an insane pot. And just, it happened very quickly, too. This has been some of the craziest first few hours of a final day before the final table I've ever seen. In terms of how aggressive the players have been, the action, how some of the hands have played out. Some very exciting turns in river cards. And now Chewy looks down at a really strong hand on the button, ace queen offsuit. Oh no, this is tough to watch.
Very easily the swingiest graph of the day. Jason came in 19.2 million, vaulted up into the chip lead in just one level. Now finds himself with 1 foot out of the door. Ace Jack against the button open and has himself in rough shape, dominated by the ace queen of Chewy. Could be down to 11 here, Jesse, if Chewy can find the hold. Here we go. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
if you told me 8 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, that Jason would be 71% to be out of the tournament, probably wouldn't have believed you.
Jason Min, old school grinder from East Meadow, New York, with a lifeline perhaps on the 10-9-8, 2 spades.
That's a lot of flop for a board that doesn't give him a jack. Backdoor flush draw.
Oh, is this just too many outs now? You tell me.
Some excitement.
Queen 7 spade needed for Jason. Doesn't find it.
Wow.
Good game, brother.
The board pairs. Lucky Chewy holds and is up to 70 million.
You feel better.
Jason Min out in 12th. Going to be going home with 456,500. But Jesse, I think it is safe to say that that one is going to sting for quite some time.
Oh no.
What's going on here? Mustache Mark all in for his tournament life. We could be down to 10.
Oh no.
King 8 on the button, all in against the ace deuce. As it comes king high.
Okay.
And Mustache Mark finds the hold. Finds the hold after flopping top pair against John Richards' ace deuce. And it looks like, you know, some very short stacks out there. John Richards down to maybe 6 million now.
Really?
Ben Heath playing around 40 by the looks of things.
Did we play down to 8? I mean, we played down to 6.
Just once more to say GG's to Jason Min out in 12th, smashing his previous best live cash of 205,000, and in fact, with this cash here today, crossing the $1 million in total live earnings mark. So perhaps a sliver of silver lining to him busting out in 12th.
Such an insanely brutal sequence of events for him. His stack was worth well over $1 million. Probably north of 2 million.
Yeah, and just to have that spot against Chewy, blind v blind, as you correctly mentioned, you know, just so many straight draws, so many flush draws out there, looking to just deny Chewy on the flop, jamming it in with the top pair and running into bottom set for all the chips, and then, well, ace jack against ace queen, button v small blind. That's also known as a modern day cooler. As cold as it gets as Carl defends the big. 4.4 in the middle. And, well, how about that for a flop? Lucky Chewy flopping trips, but more importantly, Carl Shaw flopping a piece as well.
Everything is coming up Chewy right now, and generally this could be a dangerous board for Carl because you would want to play a high check raise strategy. High frequency check raise strategy on this board. Given that there's 11 left and players are incentivized to play smaller pots, I would expect to see a lot of check calls, but he does check raise here. And obviously we know any chips he puts in the pot from here on out in this hand are going straight into the abyss. Very unlikely to find the win. And very unlikely to find a run out where Chewy will be folding at any point.
Disastrous turn card for Carl. Undercard to the board. Not to state the obvious, it does also bring the backdoor spades. Joey could have had some spade floats.
Carl wisely checks it. If you are playing a strategy that includes a lot of check raises on the flop, you want to be checking your weakest hands that get to the turn, so that includes a lot of eights, maybe some of your worst aces as well. I don't think he's going to give up right away. There are multiple flush draws possible. Chewy more than capable of betting a number of hands here. And Chewy can have all of these flush draws. He's going to be floating the flop with a lot of spades. So while Carl has the jack of spades in his hand, Chewy can have plenty of other spade combos. That is not a particularly good river for Carl to get away because he has the jack of spades in his hand.
Don't do it, Carl.
What's Chewy gonna do here? What size does he like?
$16 million out there.
So many different factors going into this decision for Chewy.
8.5.
The number of players left, the run out of the board, the backdoor flush draw getting there, the front door flush draw missing, the type of player that he's up against.
Just north of half pot. The amount on request from Carl Shaw.
If Carl thinks Chewy has enough bluffs, he has a very reasonable bluff catcher.
He really does. It's a rather unfortunate run out for him. I think the cape is likely to get put on here, especially. Oh,
nice job.
Okay.
Not that he had the strongest hand in the world, but just the fact that Carl seems to like hero calling.
I'm not sure about that. Just the one hero
Yeah, that's
call.
true. That's true.
It was correctly so. He's made some disciplined folds so far. 2 for 3 as we throw it to a quick break.
What's better than playing poker? Playing poker on a boat. We're giving away a $12,400 package to the WPT Voyage, including a buy-in to a major tournament with a $1 million guarantee. Sign up at WPT Global using the link in the description below. Use the promo code PLAY and deposit $1 and you're in for a chance to set sail on the poker cruise of a lifetime.
What's up?
I said, I'm not sure what exactly happened in the past 30 minutes, but it changed a lot.
Yeah. The tournament's moving along.
Yeah, holy smokes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's coming full circle on that hand. Chewy up to 78 million now. In cruise control. Big favorite. How about this, Carl? Just the nuts.
I mean, it's come at the right time, too. Just another blind versus blind battle versus the guy that you've been tangling with all day.
Maxime does take the bait in the form of 1/3 and has one of those hands that on certain turn cards could...
2.6.
Okay, Carl's just going to deny right now. Up to 29 million.
Yeah, unfortunately for Carl, Maxime didn't have anything, so he just gets away, but I do think that's the type of hand that really wants to put in a raise right away. It's just blocking all of the possible pairs. He has a diamond. Look at that stack of Chewy.
Some updates from the outer table. So we are down to 11. Ben Heath on 55 bigs. Georgios Soteropoulos on 45. Mark with that double up finds himself up to 24 bigs, and John Richards is down to about 6.
Raise 1.6.
Moorman, haven't seen much of him the last few orbits. There's that 3-bet, you know, he just finds it.
Very non-standard type of hand to be 3-betting this deep in the tournament.
It really is.
I'm not saying I'm against it. I just, you know. Always fun to note the differences between Moorman's game and other players, since he's been just so wildly successful over so many years. This is a legitimately difficult spot for Chewy. This isn't a hand that plays particularly well out of position. It's somewhat easy to play, though. You flop top pair, you put some money in the pot, or you don't. You have king high. It's also a reasonable hand to find a 4-bet. You have the right type of blockers, but he decides to go with the slightly more passive route. Moorman just needs to breathe on this pot. It's his. This is one of the worst flops for Chewy's hand. Really nice pickup for Chris.
Seeing the stream setups come in over on Twitter. Love to see it. Shout out to Derek Vest.
Had to force the
and
combo,
Lauren Holland.
You had to force it?
You had to.
Yeah.
Sharing their stream setups with
I
us.
give it back to you, Pri, but
Get involved.
It was all of it. You win.
In the conversation.
Yeah, fair enough. Some pots aren't yours to win, or mine in this case.
Are we really at 38,000 viewers?
Yeah, been crushing it. Has dropped off a little bit now.
Oh, that commercial killed us. I saw a tweet. I think I'm a little behind. I saw a tweet saying 38.
We were at 38.
I think we're at about 24 now. Poker is back.
It really is. I was planning on going into retirement in 2024, but you're kind of forcing me to come out of it.
Yeah, I don't think you're going anywhere, Henry. Look, you can build an entire portfolio of hotels, but we better see you in the 25-50 PLO streets.
I mean, it's been a while. A bit rusty. Well, this tournament really has inspired. Ace Queen 6, that's all Ben. Man from Honolulu, Hawaii. A lot of people from back home rooting for their man. Came in as tournament chip leaders, had a pretty rough day so far. Byproduct of Lucky Chewy spiking a rivered straight against Ben in a blind v blind battle.
That's where it all began.
2.4.
And now look at him, 70 million. Chewy wisely lets it go here. I'm not even exaggerating. This has been such a special tournament to call. Just so many fun players to watch. Such an insane prize pool.
We are on a pay jump. A couple of short stacks on the outer table. Trying to just survive one more elimination. Everyone guaranteed 456,500 for their efforts. This pay jump, Jesse, worth 110,400 between 11th and 10th. So would expect to see the pace of play slow down quite a bit.
We've finally done it. We've hit the 6-figure pay jump zone.
It's getting to that stage of the tournament, man.
Maxime raising the ace deuce off in the cutoff. A little light. But you know, Maxime's, he's good for the light open.
Maxime
count him in.
Is good for monster pots being played.
Certainly that. This is probably not going to work as Chewy looks down at ace king offsuit. $38,000. Chris with the pocket sixes? Most likely to let it go, but yeah. Wise choice.
Don't do it, Maxime.
Maxime, he's been in the streets. He's been getting after it, but when he says all in, he's generally had the goods. Or
pocket jacks.
I should say if he said all in pre-flop, he's generally had the goods. Anything goes after the flop, Henry.
The heads up in the 3K.
Already?
Yeah. Dale Rosell against Dennis Ramos, playing for 1 million and change. I mean, that's pretty wild in a 3K. What's going on?
Just a casual post-limb, off-the-cuff 3K. 1 million up top. We've reached the point where literally no series in the world is boasting numbers like this. It's crazy.
That is very true, my man. Joey flatting on the button. Ben opening in the cutoff. What are we doing, Moorman? 7-deuce game is not on.
I mean, if you just found the 3-bet there,
Stop.
I might
take a day off, mate. Come on.
I might quit poker and just start a cult that's dedicated to
Behave.
to Moorman, to following Moorman around.
Both players remain setless. Ben with the best hand. One of those board textures that he's going to be concerned about. Chewy flatting on the button. Wow, Chewy's dialed in, bro. Chewy is really feeling it.
He can do it.
He can just taste this 5.6 million payday.
This is a great combo to begin bluffing, by the way. You often use your worst pocket pairs because you know, they're not likely to win at showdown. Sometimes you get a better hand to fold, like pocket sixes. That's why you like to bet pocket threes. Also, if you do hit your 2-outer, you're going to have a very disguised, very strong hand that will probably pick up a lot of chips. Like if your opponent does check call with a jack, and the turn's a 3, that looks like a very innocuous card for your opponent. And they're going to feel compelled to call down. So, a lot of good reasons for that bet, for sure.
Chewy has really shown up today. Yes, the 5 is against top pair, the set against top pair situation, but outside of that, I mean, has really navigated both pre and post to perfection. Overwhelming chip leader with 11 left.
I feel like Chewy's one of those like top tier players who grinds considerably less of the high rollers than players of his caliber. So we often count him out when we're thinking of the very best players on the planet. And then every now and then he shows up to a 10K with 4,000 people and just dominates it and reminds us of who he is a little bit.
Seems to be a bit of a buzz around the room as the $1,600 finale goes on break. Maxime has not taken his foot off the gas blind v blind. I think this is 3 for 3 out of the big against the Carl Shaw limp. And it looks like we're going to be going on break as well with the $1,600 players. What a day of poker it has been so far. Quick look at the outer table. Looks like a 3-way affair between Mustache Mark, Georgios and Ben Heath on a 9. What was this? Sorry, no, that's a 10.
10?
10, 8, 4, 2 spades.
I heard 1.7.
Yeah, I think that's right.
1.7.
Here we go. Little 3-way affair. Mark's chipped up nicely, by the way, playing around 30 million now.
Let's go, Mark.
Ben in the tank after defending the big. Does make the call, so heads up to a turn card, Jesse. 2 spades, 1 club, 10, 8, 4. Single raise pot. It's like the 7 of hearts. Jack 9 does get there.
Ben Heath is just such a terrifying player to be up against in pots. So present, so dialed into every little mannerism, every little movement that you have. He's one of the few guys that makes me extremely self-aware of my own image at the table.
Yeah, I agree. He's been knocking on the door of a huge score for quite some time. One of the best in the world without a Triton title. He's come close on many occasions. 19.9 million in live earnings. 3rd on England's all-time money list. Goes check, check. Is that a 9 ball? Okay, so 10, 8, 4, 7, 9. 4-liner on board.
Tricky board for sure. Also, the type of board where you might imagine Mark would bet quite a bit if he had a jack, especially something like King Jack, Queen Jack. It doesn't have much showdown value, but has picked up a bunch of equity on the turn, so.
Heath checking over once more. 4.6 million.
4.6.
There we go. Snap call from Ben. Mark with the Jack 10 and Heath with the Jack 8. Chop it up, boys.
That is the Jack that makes sense for Mark. Controlling the size of the pot on the turn.
So there we go. Anticlimactic ending to that hand. Both players chopping with the Jack high straight. We're heading into our second break of the day. When we come back, big blind 1 million. 10 starting stacks in a single big blind, and it is Lucky Chewy out in front with 77 bigs. Don't go too far. Continuing coverage of day 6 of the World Championship coming to you shortly.
Moorman gets to continuation bet with the knowledge that Jason has every hand that would peel a min raise, which is
nice.
Quite nice.
Mixing it up.
It worked.
It worked a treat, actually. It was actually perfect. It was actually perfect given my hand. It was actually...
I like that.
Worked a treat, hey? Oh, so it was a misclick from Moorman as well. Both players misclicking in the same hand.
Sorry. It's only 2 color chips.
If I do it again,
I would put a lot of money on that being a misclick. I've watched Moorman play a lot of poker, and I've never seen him.
He's misclicking again, bro.
I think these are 100Ks.
It is odd there's no 500K chip.
Yeah.
I think that would be a good addition next year.
Joining myself and Jesse Sylvia for this day 6 coverage. Playing down to 6 today.
I'm somewhat of a random person in some respects.
Currently on a $70,000 pay jump between 15th and 14th, all guaranteed 291,000. I tell you what, Jesse, we have not been spoiled for big hands at this feature. Ace King now for Enrique.
Yeah, they can live apparently.
And it could not have come any sooner for him. He needs to make something happen at this point with the stack size.
Didn't even leave any stalling.
17K pay jump?
No. 70.
Oh, 7. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, that's a very small pay jump for...
Pay attention, Jesse.
Do better in the future, Henry.
Oh, we're going to be spinning the wheel.
Oh, here we go.
At some point, probably we'll explore such options.
Carl, of course, making the call. I believe he's put too much in.
Wrong, bro.
Luck, boys.
There's one more.
How much is
Seems
it?
to be going around. Putting too much in.
Thank you.
Pretty confident.
Cards
This looks familiar.
on their backs. Ace King.
Almost the river.
Almost the same suits. What's that?
Nice.
The ace and the river should be familiar as well.
Is that so?
Talking about the
Good
Ace
luck to
King
you,
V9 sand late in day 5. Fair fight for 11.5 million chips. $70,000 ladder, we all know who everyone else is rooting for. As it comes Jack 5-4, clean so far for Carl Shaw. 6 outs twice for the Brazilian. Clean on the turn, stands up out of his chair.
Gotta do it.
Has to be done with one card to come. Doesn't find the ace on the river this time. Carl Shaw finds the hold with the 2 9s. Crosses the 30 million chip mark. And with that, everyone now guaranteed 363,000.
Finding a safe board might be.
$15.7 million in the middle. Carl with the pre-flop squeeze. Queen 8-3 rainbow. He's going to check this one over. Just correctly recognizing perhaps that a lot of the flat calls from Jason are going to be wrapped around that Queen of Hearts in some fashion. That's like King Queen, Ace Queen.
That plus the fact that Carl squeezed quite large. The fact that Jason isn't traditionally in the spot that does a lot of peeling versus that large 3-bet as just the pre-flop caller. I think all of that adds up to being a little scary for Carl. Like maybe he's just run into the trap.
Yeah, also his suits as well. Ace of clubs, 9 of diamonds.
6 million.
Oh, why just like snap betting turn?
Yeah, now that Jason's checked back, obviously Jason could have jacks. He could have checked back queens as well if he ever plays queens this way pre-flop. Unlikely, but maybe. Maybe checks back 8s sometimes. But just the fact that it went check-check, generally, Jason's going to be a little bit capped. So that kind of gives Carl the green light. That plus having the 9 blocker gives Carl the green light to go after it a little bit. And he has the type of hand. Oh, wow. He has the type of hand that wants to bluff. It's one of the weaker hands he ever gets to river with. He's got blockers, all the straights. Doesn't have a heart.
Just wave the white flag on this one now. I mean,
the fact that the queen, king, and jack of hearts are out there makes me think that he can theoretically run some bluffs without a heart in his hand because the board blocks so many of the flushes his opponent would have anyways.
oh my word, Jesse.
This is gonna be sick. And I mean, if he puts money in the pot, I really doubt Jason can find a call. It would be a ridiculous call. We got massive pots on both tables. Is that what's happening?
It looks like a small pot actually. Short stack with about 4 million. King Queen against Ace 7. Looks like Ace 7 holding. Is that a king or a jack?
I thought that was a king.
Oh, you're right.
That's a king, right?
Yeah, that is a king. Okay. Ade doubling up. Still on a short stack.
Oh, Carl's checked the river after all that.
16.8.
Wow. So when we went away, we thought Carl was about to run the bluff, and instead it's Jason running the bluff, although he doesn't know it. He has the best hand. So.
There is some big pot poker going on today.
Yeah. I think I really would have liked to have seen the bluff from Carl. Just the fact that the 3 big hearts are out there means that the only flush I can really think of that Jason's
is Ace 10 of hearts. Could be one of them, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean,
So I gotta be 6.
certainly some money is going to go into the pot. Chewy's not folding his gut shot. Backdoor flush draw.
Snap bet from Ben. Tried betting less than he's allowed to. Happens. Seeing a lot of misclicks, by the way, today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great sign of the nerves right there, or a way to see the nerves. Even Moorman, who's been here before, not here, but been in the big final table situations before live and, of course, a ton online.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just Moorman as well. Ben and Jason. Jason made a misclick earlier. Does call the raise.
Check.
This one might just go check now. That's like the only card in the deck where Chewy doesn't win the hand. Unless he just bombs, I mean.
Chewy's really good at these spots and managing to find bluffs. A lot of people just fail to have enough bluffs or any bluffs because it's just such a bad card. But Chewy will identify that he wants to have some bluffs, and maybe this is a really good hand for it because he can't win it.
$11 remain here at the Wynn in Las Vegas. Is day 6 of the WPT World Championship, and it is none other than poker legend Andrew Lichtenberger, also known as Lucky Chewy, out in pole position. Overwhelming chip leader here with 77 bigs. Online OG, one of the most decorated online players of all time, Chris Moorman, showing us that he knows how to get it done on the live felt as well. Ben Jacobs came in as tournament chip leader, or sorry, day 6 chip leader, I should say, playing 31 bigs. Maxime Chalud with 28 bigs, and Carl Shaw playing 27. All 11 guaranteed. One hell of a payday, $456,500 for their efforts, but we do find ourselves on a $110,000 ladder between 11th and 10th. And there will be an unofficial final table of 9. We are playing down to 6 today. Jesse Sylvia alongside myself, Henry Kilbane in the booth for this one. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? We're back.
We are very back.
I know a few of his soldiers.
A few wounded soldiers.
Any good infantry has a few wounded soldiers.
Sorry, a couple have got a piece. So they might be back in the game.
Yes. Are we starting? Oh.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, he's a million. Yeah.
We are missing at least one player at the table.
Yeah, Maxim. Maxim's MIA. What's happening here? It's just, he's gone.
I don't know. You know, sometimes you lose track of time. Something pops up. Usually not with 11 left in the tournament, but things do happen. I wonder if the players will give him a few extra seconds just to... It often happens. It's very sporting.
Yeah, that's what Carl's doing here with the 8 deuce. Obviously, can't use a time extension up, but he's doing his best.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Yeah, always love like the camaraderie and sportsmanship in poker.
Yeah, and they've spent enough days together. There's generally a very high level of mutual respect as well.
All right, cool.
You start to know people a little bit. You know that they're the type of person who would do it for you.
Well, Ben potentially in trouble here. After defending the 6 deuce, his flopped bottom pair. Does have my favorite draw in poker. The bottom pair trip draw. They never see it coming, Jesse. Moorman continuing for 2 mil.
You know, it's a nice draw.
Ben with the snap call. Some backdoor potential. Not on that turn. This hand should be over and done with, one would assume.
Yeah, you would imagine Chris puts in a second barrel here a lot with ace-king. He'd rather put in money now before something like a 4 or 5 comes off and he can't get as much value on the river. Also, just the fact that his opponent didn't check raise means that unless they have a turn 2 pair, they're unlikely to have the best hand.
Moorman's been sticky before.
Certainly has. This would be quite the call. You'd have to really think that Moorman has a lot of queen-jack type of hands to be able to call here.
Oh, does get out of there as Moorman chips up, and this is really shaping up to be a classic WPT. Jesse, we got Moorman, we got Lucky Chewy, we got Ben Heath, we got Mustache Mark, we got Artur Martiroshin. I mean, let's go.
Yeah. This could be an insane final six. Okay, here we go. Maxime's back.
Only missed one.
Only missed one, and I don't know if we saw his cards, but unlikely to have a better hand than what Moorman was holding, especially on an ace-high board.
Aloha.
Aloha, brother. I had a very good hand.
Yeah. Good time.
Very good hand announced. Chewy will always welcome a walk in the big blind.
Do you look when you get walks? Huh? Do you look at your cards when you get walks? No. Okay.
I don't give any walks.
You got one earlier.
Yeah, I got.
I saw the quick muck. I was like,
I got 2 walks this whole time.
We're reaching the point where the blinds are worth so many dollars in equity that even a walk is 5 figures in value that you've just gained.
I mean, it's pretty disgusting. We're at the big blind 1 million mark. So once you put in the big and the big blind ante, that's 20 starting stacks.
Mm-hmm.
Before you've even looked at your hand, that's 20 people's hopes and dreams crushed in the form of 2 chips.
2 of my hopes and dreams, along with 18 other people's hopes and dreams. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right way to look at it, but it certainly feels that way when I look at the chips. Moorman in the driver's seat here, in position. He's got the best hand. I think I saw a queen in the... Oh my god, 2 queens. Well, unfortunately for Moorman, Chewy doesn't have much. He may... A small c-bet may get called here. Chewy's probably going to keep him honest with the king high. Maybe not. The way he just grabbed his cards. Yeah. Nice job by Chewy. Probably deciding that he's not trying to call with any king highs that don't have a gut shot or a heart in there. Fair enough. Chris is just cruising along. It was a little shaky early on.
It was. Yeah, that Queen 5 hand against Carl Shaw was really the turning point.
Massive pot.
But Chewy just seems in his element.
Dialed. Locked.
Locked in, dialed in, whatever you want to call it.
Zoned.
He was kind of handcuffed yesterday. What he could do was playing around 20, 25 bigs for most of the day. Now in pole position. Huge favorite to close this one out.
Yeah, if he just maintains the stack,
25.
when they reach one table and they consolidate down to that last table, he's going to have such a nice spot to pick up free chips.
Don't look at
Wow.
it,
Never
You
look, yeah.
still feel good. You see good cards.
Yeah.
It's morale boost either way. And you win.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I've never looked in my life.
Sorry?
I've never looked in my life.
I heard you say the other day.
Yeah.
That's impressive. I'll take that.
Not once. Not even in a free roll.
Online.
Well, I can't like hide online. Yeah.
That's just it.
Tilts me every time.
That's the most Moorman thing I've ever heard. Has never looked at his cards in the big when he's been given a walk, and I 100% believe that.
You know, they say it's good to know yourself. Moorman knows if he looks down at aces, he's going to tilt. And I feel it. I
Wow.
don't look either.
Wow. That's hilarious, bro.
Look, if you look down at 7 deuce when you received a walk, it doesn't feel nearly as good as looking down at aces feels bad.
Yeah. That's very true. Talking of aces.
Speaking of aces, wow.
Hello.
Chris Moorman. You made it to day 6 of far and away the biggest prize pool WPT of all time. You're
Well.
closing in on making the final table. You look down on the button at pocket aces.
Carl Shaw with high card, low card. We know what Corneth would do. Chance Corneth that is. Carl passing up on it. Maxime with 25 bigs. Just going to defend.
Wow. And that's certainly a hand that could go either way.
It really is.
He
Didn't
is-
really waste much time at all. Oh, no.
God. I was going to say he has no idea how much danger he just avoided by not considering the all-in, and now he's seen a flop where he just... I mean, I don't know how he gets away from this.
Jesse, this could be showers. There's 5.5 out there. SPR around 4, 4.5. Moorman continuing for 1.8.
This is even the type of board that he would probably want to check raise right away. This is brutal. We'll see. Maybe he finds a check call.
Reasons for the check raise?
I mean, obviously it's two-tone, so your opponents can have more draws. You'd like to deny equity or charge those draws now. He does find the check raise. The 10-5 deuce, he's not really expecting Moorman to open things like 10 deuce suited or 10-5 offsuit, so there's just so many fewer hands that he's actually dominated by. Of course, Moorman can have jacks through aces, but he is on the button. Those don't make up a large portion of Moorman's opening range.
8.5.
Oh, it's the flop 3-bet. 8.5 million. Looking to play for it all.
Moorman did that awfully quickly. Did he use a time bank?
He
there?
did. I believe he did use a time bank.
Sometimes I get to talking and time goes by and I don't realize it. It's a gift and a curse, Henry.
Happens to the best of us. Maxime with the decision. Does he just want to play for it all? Right here. Right now. $110,000 ladder between 11th and 10th. Flop top pair, top kicker in a single raise pot. Big blind V button. It's Chris Moorman with the flop 3-bet.
Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it?
Uh-oh. It's all going in, Jesse. We're playing a 50 million chip pot. He's loving life as he snap calls. Do apologize, 54 million chip pot it'll be. Maxime with just 500k back.
Oh, man. It Felt like only a few minutes ago that Maxine had 50 million himself in
Yeah,
chips,
that's
and
sweating.
now he's 10%.
What's that?
Now I gotta sweat it.
9% to be in the tournament.
You don't know what you're sweating.
Oh
The
yeah, I
whole
know.
butterfly effect of showing
Potentially I
up
know,
late
but
as well.
Of what?
Showing up
Potentially you
late
do.
Yeah.
in the break.
Oh, that's sick. Didn't even
Dude.
think about that.
Like
The
whoever-
cards would have been different had he sat down.
I mean, whoever held him up
18.
It's basically their fault.
is, it's their fault. Whoever it was that pulled him to the side in the hallway to tell him a bad beat story
Deserves a stern talking to.
does still have outs.
To tell him a bad beat story. Could you imagine the lack of self-awareness? Telling a bad beat story to someone who's 11 left in the... Anyways, back to this hand.
53 million in the middle. Chris Moorman is 2 cards away from tying for the chip lead with Lucky Chewy. Now, I think it's safe to assume that Maxime is going to stall. Makes sense, given that we are on a 110k ladder. We'll
Yeah, I think you take your time here. Definite non-zero
why'd I do
chance
this
of
to
somebody
myself?
busting the other table before you.
Such a fish. Oh, I get to see now. Alright, I have aces.
Aces are good, Moorman. They're good for now. 95% of the time, Chris Moorman is going to be tied for the chip lead with 10 left in the WPT World Championship. And he does find the hold.
Good game, man. Nice playing with you.
Wow.
GG's all round
Yeah.
as Maxime Gillard bows out in 11th in just a brutal spot.
I have a hand.
Top
I should
pair,
never
top
have.
kicker
Not never.
against the man like Chris Moorman, who
Yeah.
even announces he has a hand he should never have.
Number 1.
Numero uno on the button. And the Frenchman from chip leader
That's unlucky for him, 10-eye board.
with 15
Very
left
unfortunate,
to out in 10th.
Very big mistake. He's already.
Just...
What have we got here?
Uh-oh.
He was my nemesis all tournament.
Mustache Mark playing an all-in.
Yeah, the king high no good against the ace high of John Richards, who was the short stack.
I'd have to imagine that this is a pretty small pot considering the strength of the hands involved.
Looks like John is playing around 12 million or so. A little bit more, maybe closer to 16, around 16 bigs. I mean, worth mentioning that Maxime could have used his time banks and potentially laddered. Obviously, wouldn't
Yeah.
have mattered as John did hold with the ace high, but
No, I was just thinking the same thing. I wonder if John is playing the same game or if he just snapped it in and didn't even think about the... John seems like a guy who doesn't particularly look forward to wasting time at any given point of the tournament. He gets things done quickly.
We just redraw. So I don't have,
We redraw.
no, I'm just staying not just for fun.
John Richards from Roxana, Illinois. 847 in live earnings, best live cash of 187,000. Has absolutely smashed that out of the park. That came in the WSOP Pot Limit Omaha 3K event where he came third
Oh, never mind.
in the 3K6 Max back in 2019.
Oh, never mind.
Has more than doubled that best live cash,
Well, then game
as
on.
everyone's now guaranteed 566,000. Well, he's actually tripled it. And we're on the unofficial final table bubble.
Lucky Chewy and Chris Moorman both started the day right around 20 million. Sitting far above anyone else, I believe, on the leaderboard with 70.
He's tied with Moorman now.
Yeah.
Moorman just obviously.
Just starting below average for the day. Just wild spin ups for both of them.
Yeah, they clicked the clock down. I was about to run most of my time extensions, and they clicked the clock down.
Oh, there we go. He's just saying he was about to use all of his time extensions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think it benefited you a lot too, probably.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's single big, right?
So here we go.
Excuse me? Sorry, what did you say?
Unofficial final table bubble.
Oh, no, he was big blind and he got busted.
By the way, John just got to enjoy one of my favorite moments in poker. When you double up and they move you off the table right after. It's like a
I don't mind it.
unavoidable hit and run. A little bit. It feels good.
I don't mind that either.
That's why I dunked off my chips, because I can't do it.
That's why.
Well, that's not the only reason why. It's a good reason.
Dead small blind?
Yeah.
Right? Fold. 2. I don't even know how much I had.
Look at
Hey, what just happened?
Ben.
that. Victory.
Friendly game.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's oh, Ben didn't look at his hand. I'm really happy for Ben that he didn't look at his hand. By the way, it's a tough day so far. Getting the walk with no small blind in there with pocket aces probably wouldn't help things
How
at
many
all.
do you have now?
That's pretty brutal.
Does he have a lot? I know he has to have a lot, but I don't know how much.
Really?
Yeah.
One day he'll watch this back
70?
Oh,
At least.
Holy
and
fuck.
see what
73,
happened.
8.
But fortunately for him,
73.8?
yes, sir.
that day probably won't be today.
Same amount.
I have 73 as well.
Actually? Yeah. That's sick.
Chewy and Moorman with the exact same
Next
stack.
spot's important.
So they
Yeah,
just
I hope
flip
you
for
open,
it.
I get aces.
All in. Blind. Just do it.
You promise not to look if I do it, right?
I hope you
classic.
defend and check fold. What's the other choice stack down there? Anyone else? Not really.
Not really. It was just me.
Who's got all the chips? Martin?
No, he just lost a bunch. Heath has probably 40, and another guy has probably 40, and then
Alright, it's more spread out.
yeah, it's pretty spread out. And then there's like a 30, and I think Arthur has like 25. I'm not sure. Arthur.
Yeah.
Right.
I won't tell him.
Told you a full house in there.
He did?
Yeah, you got jammed on the river.
Oh wow.
We got the graphics back. Chewy has flopped trips out of the big. Ben with an inside straight draw.
At this point, I wasn't really worried about how many chips other people had.
No.
Chewy gonna slow play it.
Except for Chewy.
With the worst kicker, I like this. Ben continuing. Feels a little bad for Ben. Chewy hit his gut shot against Ben earlier, and now Ben has the same opportunity and board boats up Chewy immediately.
Yeah. Continues firing as well. The rich get richer hit.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's
Daily quads.
that's potentially a card that could get Ben to put more money in the pot as well. Thinking that there's chances that Chewy's playing the board, trying to bluff him off the chop.
6 million into 14. We obviously know that the inevitable raise is coming. Chewy closing in on the 90 million chip mark.
Chewy's over here doing cartwheels in his head, by the way, because he's thinking a good chunk of the time Ben has an ace. He may not be able to get away from it. Chewy's going to be over 90 million when this hand is over. To put that in perspective, there's 10 left, and there's less than 40 million in play. Sorry, 400 million in play.
Yeah, that's a great point. Chewy with 20% of the chips.
Yeah.
With 10 left, more than 20% of the chips now.
Knocking on the door of 25%.
Misplayed that so bad. I played that so bad. Next hand.
Thank you.
That is my fault. So dumb.
I owe you. From last time, right?
What an absolute treat for the poker fans out there. Ben, wow, this is pretty dicey. 14.
13 something.
Just north of 14 bigs on the button.
What do you think Chewy does here?
I don't know, man. I mean, for chips, it's a call. There's so much to take in here. It's got momentum going his way. Overwhelming chip leader. Does he want to let Ben back in this? He knows he's going to be flipping. Best case scenario, he's up against like ace-3, ace-deuce.
I'm not sure what the stack behind looks like. Yeah, I was thinking he might fold because... Oh, well, John's pretty short, so that's not a huge factor. If John had something like 30 million, it gets a little tougher for Chewy, but... It's just a lot of chips at this stage to be flipping, or worse. Obviously, he can dominate a couple pairs. But it's also kind of a big shove from Ben. And on top of that, I have to imagine Chewy's not looking to take marginal spots for a large amount of chips at this point. I just think that almost no one at the table is going to be more confident in their execution at this point in the tournament than Chewy.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't tell you what you were supposed to do.
The WPT Global Winter Festival is back. Over 180 events and over 4 million in guarantees. Come play at WPT Global. Click the link in the YouTube description below, sign up with bonus code YT19, and receive your welcome package with a deposit match and free tournament tickets.
I just want to know what Chewy would have done. That's all. What would Chewy do?
He would have won the hand. That's all I know.
Well, yeah, I know, but which way?
That's why I folded. I didn't think I was going to win.
Yeah. Folded the best hand, but he knew he was getting sucked out on.
Facts.
He knew that wasn't the one.
Yeah.
I'm a fish.
Well, I got a funny feeling that after today's stream, octopipoker.ai, you're going to have a lot of incoming requests. People looking to sign up and join Chewy.
Got about 70-ish, you said?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What's going on?
When it rains, it pours.
On?
Oh, look at this, too.
Wow. John taking the rejam spot from the small.
I have aces.
Chewy.
Aces?
Yes, sir.
With aces on the button.
Yes, sir.
Just aces.
Just aces. John Richards
I'm glad my other one
from
didn't.
Roxana, Illinois. All in at risk. Does have 18% equity. But in dire straits. Especially
Not a very good board.
on the ace-10-4 board.
That's a tough flop. You see the 10.
Good luck, guys.
Oh, maybe I got a shot.
Dead on the turn, Jesse. And with that,
Hey, good luck. Good luck.
we lose John Richards in 10th place. Gonna be going home with a career best cash of 566,900. And Lucky Chewy has 25% of the chips in play with 9 left. We are going to be going on a break, just waiting for the hand on the outer table to finish. But with that, Jesse, we have made the unofficial final table. Andrew Lichtenberger will be coming in as chip leader, and the 5 players from the outer table will be coming up to the main stage, going on a very short 15-minute break. Don't go too far when we return. The unofficial final table of the World Championship. Over. Just correctly recognizing perhaps that a lot of the flat calls from Jason are going to be wrapped around that Queen of Hearts in some fashion. That's like King Queen, Ace Queen.
That plus the fact that Carl squeezed quite large. The fact that Jason isn't traditionally in the spot that does a lot of peeling versus that large 3-bet as just the pre-flop caller. I think all of that adds up to being a little scary for Carl. Like maybe he's just run into the trap.
Yeah, also his suits as well. Ace of clubs, 9 of diamonds.
6 million.
Oh, why just like snap betting turn.
Yeah, now that Jason's checked back, obviously Jason could have jacks. He could have checked back queens as well if he ever plays queens this way pre-flop. Unlikely, but maybe. Maybe he checks back 8s sometimes. But just the fact that it went check-check, generally, Jason's going to be a little bit capped. So that kind of gives Carl the green light. That plus having the 9 blocker gives Carl the green light to go after it a little bit. And he has the type of hand. Oh, wow. He has the type of hand that wants to bluff. It's one of the weaker hands he ever gets to river with. He's got blockers, all the straights. Doesn't have a heart.
Just wave the white flag on this one now. I mean,
the fact that the queen, king, and jack of hearts are out there makes me think that he can theoretically run some bluffs without a heart in his hand because the board blocks so many of the flushes his opponent would have anyways.
oh my word, Jesse.
This is gonna be sick. And I mean, if he puts money in the pot, I really doubt Jason can find a call. It would be a ridiculous call. We got massive pots on both tables. Is that what's happening?
It looks like a small pot actually. Short stack with about 4 million. King, queen. against ace 7. Looks like ace 7 holding. Is that a king or a jack?
Oh, I thought that was a king.
Oh, you're right.
That's a king, right?
Yeah, that is a king. Okay. Ade doubling up. Still on a short stack.
Oh, Carl's checked the river after all that.
16.8.
Wow. So when we went away, we thought Carl was about to run the bluff, and instead it's Jason running the bluff, although he doesn't know it. He has the best hand. So.
Oh, there is some big pot poker going on today.
Yeah. I think I really would have liked to have seen the bluff from Carl. Just the fact that the 3 big hearts are out there means that the only flush I can really think of that Jason's
is ace 10 of heart. Could be one of them, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean,
So I gotta be 6.
certainly some money is going to go into the pot. Chewy's not folding his gut shot. Backdoor flush draw.
Snap bet from Ben. Tried betting less than he's allowed to. Happens. Seeing a lot of misclicks, by the way, today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great sign of the nerves right there, or a way to see the nerves. Even Moorman, who's been here before, not here, but been in the big final table situations before live and, of course, a ton online.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just Moorman as well. Ben and Jason. Jason made a misclick earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Does call the raise.
Check.
This one might just go check, check now. That's like the only card in the deck where Chewy doesn't win the hand. Unless he just bombs, I mean.
Chewy's really good at these spots and managing to find bluffs. A lot of people just fail to have enough bluffs or any bluffs because it's just such a bad card. But Chewy will identify that he wants to have some bluffs, and maybe this is a really good hand for it because you can't win at showdown, it's 4 high. And also, his opponent can still have a 6. So that's something to consider. Look at that. He's just so good.
Yeah, regardless of how this hand plays out, just having the awareness. Ben's got one of those marginal types of holdings. Okay, Ben not thrilled about this. That is going to make the call.
Wow.
Man, does Chewy just rocket man this into oblivion?
It seems so hard to do that once your opponent's bet called the turn.
Oh, hello.
Oh my god. Well,
5-ball corner pocket. That's why if you do find the barrel on the turn, Jesse, you make sure that you've got those emergency outs.
It's really good idea to do something like that, isn't it? I think it's almost unfortunate for Chewy here that his opponent happens to have a 6, because by the time he shows up at the river, given how they play the hand, he's going to have a jack a lot, which will just pay off the bet. And with 6-7, he might feel like, you know, this is the one that he can let go of if Chewy finds a big bet here. And I imagine his bet's going to be quite large.
There's part of me that's somewhat disappointed in the sense that I wanted to see if he was going to go for it.
For sure.
But at the same time, finding that 5 guaranteed to cross the 25 million chip mark here. Can he squeeze out an additional 7.2 million? In a weird way, I feel like Ben getting sticky on the turn. Kind of made up his mind that he's calling.
It's funny because I don't know how... I don't think it matters how good you are, how analytical you are. You still have these thoughts go through your head like, okay, we're going to raise a flop, and then on the turn you're like, okay, well, I have a pretty good hand. Oh, look at that call.
Straight.
Louis gets paid 27 million chip pot going his way. Ben putting chips in correctly on flop and turn. Went with his gut read.
Yeah. Although I believe London was Katie's dog before Moorman and Katie met.
Yeah.
So he missed some of the early years.
Okay.
That's awesome.
But
once again, a warm welcome to all of you that have recently stumbled into the stream. Just one level into the day. Had 2 eliminations so far. Early departures in the day. We saw Enrique Zanetti losing a flip against Carl Shaw, ace king against nines, and Rafael blew out on the outer table.
Don't you disappoint
look at this.
Go.
Pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Pretty
Moorman
lucky.
hasn't sweat out his second card yet. He has no idea how good his hand is.
Okay, you do that. Okay.
Well, you know.
I understand.
See, I know. Okay.
Oh, he has. He's just giving him a...
Oh wow. Yeah, he's pretty
London,
lucky.
why you do that?
London, come over here.
London.
Papa's wishes.
I mean, run
I
good.
just stuck in there with Queen Jack. If I call him, probably just fold.
Regardless of what year that
I'm feeling
London
like
checked into Moorman's life, it's safe to say that dog has seen
I'll take a chop.
more hands than nearly any person on the planet.
Oh, chop announced from Paulius.
I'll take a chop. But
Not
I need
greedy.
to pass the blinds.
Good
too.
start.
London looks very proud of himself.
Not the best turn card to see.
Slowly dealer. Jack of clubs.
9 and a 9 only for the win for Paulius. Jack or a 3 for a chop. Doesn't find it.
Good game, brother. Good game,
Chris
man. Good work.
Moorman
Good game.
is going to find the hold
Now
with the
you're
ace
gonna carry
king.
The torch off. The commentary. Yeah.
Up to 22.7 million. Paulius, love to see the handshakes all round.
You can't overuse him though. You've got to put him back now. My favorite contrarian.
Yeah, take care, man.
Take care, man.
That's fine, brother.
Going home with 300.
Stack.
What a tournament. Almost 20,000 people watching over on YouTube now. A worthy amount of viewers watching these 13 just...
What do we hit, 20,000?
We're closing in on the 20,000. We're about 400 off.
400 off? Oh, we're doing this.
If you haven't already, give your grandparents a call.
I'm gonna send my dad a text. You know, he's
a
fan of the pokers.
Let your neighbors know.
I'm out here in the trenches, Henry, texting family members.
10 million.
Oh, Carl says run it. This could be going in, Jesse. 5s against ace 8. 15 big blind rejam from the big against the button open. Does announce himself.
I don't know how you get away from this.
Anything going on down there?
It's on a huge pay jump, by the way. $93,000 pay jump between 13th and 12th.
Carl, by the way, very calm considering he hasn't seen what his opponent has. His opponent snapped him off, so we know he's flipping, but...
Carl is doing very well for himself in life. Not to take a sniff at this spot that he finds himself in. Says let's go to get back up to 26 million chips. Needs to win a flip. Loves seeing the 5. the unofficial final table has been set. 9 players remain, with Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, Chip leading the World Championship. How about that for a lineup? Chewy in pole position, Moorman in second, Daniel Sepio in third. All guaranteed 566,900, but one of these final 9 be walking away with $5,678,000 for their efforts.
LFG.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We've made it.
The pay jumps have really begun, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking 200K plus for the next person.
We've made it.
Yeah, it's just... Look at that Chewy stack. They've colored him up to almost nothing but million chips, and he still has a pile in front of him.
Now, some of you been sweating along on the worldpokertour.com blog updates from the outer tables. Artur Martirosyan folded a full house against Daniel Sepio as he rejams from the big and takes it down. It's a pretty insane spot. Martirosyan defended the big blind against the Daniel Sepio open from under the gun. Completed board was ace, queen, jack, jack 5, no flush draw on the flop, hearts on the turn, brick on the river. Martirosyan checked for a third time. Sepio bet 6.5 million. Martirosyan check raised to 15 million. Sepio then used a time bank and moved all in. Martirosyan folded queen jack on an ace queen jack jack 5 board.
Wow.
For jacks full of queens, and announced, "I'm pretty sure you have aces." Side asked for an exact count. The all-in was for 27,500,000. He used 2 more time banks before folding. Hence, Daniel Sepio coming in with a very healthy stack.
I assume we didn't get to see what Daniel had.
No, we didn't.
Oh, look at this right here, by the way. Well, this is early position versus early position, so that could certainly save Chris.
Got mustache mark at the final table. You'd love to see it.
Dreams really do come true, Henry.
Carl just taking the rejam, understandably so, with ICM. Doesn't want to get cute here, given how insane these pay jumps are.
To be clear, I was talking about my dreams. Mustache Mark knew he was making it.
I know. The dreams of you and 20,000 other people. We're on a $155,000 ladder.
I think Moorman's going to throw the cards in the muck without too much fuss. This is such a massive jam, especially considering the positions. It's just very hard to believe that Carl would do this with less than ace-queen. So you're never dominating anything, and you really need to be dominating some hands to put this many chips in the pot. Considering the ICM implications and the fact that losing your spot on the chip ladder makes future hands tougher to play. On the other hand, Moorman's obviously thinking about the fact that Carl would never do this with aces or kings. He'd probably just put in a smaller 3-bet, but I just don't think that you're actually dominating anything, and I think that's very important. You can still be dominated by maybe queens, definitely ace-king.
Great insights from Jesse Sylvia as Chris Moorman. Dars eventually let it go.
True professional, that Moorman.
Oh, wow.
Nice little pickup there for Carl Shaw. had
You're crazy, man.
quite the year.
You're crazy. First time I'd ever folded. Even then I didn't want to fold it.
Moorman just saying to Carl, "You're crazy, man."
I mean, for Moorman to be considering that call, he has to think his opponent's a little crazy.
Yeah, I think Carl Shaw has earned the respect of everyone left in the field.
Yeah, I would second that.
Good fold. All good.
Lucky Chewy, one big blind away from that 9-figure stack.
Oh, he already had it coming in.
Did
in
he?
This FT, yeah.
Okay.
He's already touched it.
Mustache mark with the King-8 offsuit. This is the type of hand that would normally be an easy defend from the big blind, but you know, ICM is a pretty wild animal. I like that fold. Maybe you can defend a little wider against the actual chip leaders open because you know that they're quite wide themselves, but just not looking to play nearly as many marginal hands as you normally would. Every hand that you fold is worth money because it's another chance for one of your opponents to be eliminated.
Carl Shaw from Telford in the UK. 2.3 million in live earnings. Also from the UK, Ben Heath is guaranteed to cross the $20 million in live earnings mark here today, regardless of where he finishes from here on out.
That's pretty sick. Uh-oh. Artur has the ace-queen.
Oh no. It's Artur Martirosyan as well. Not one to shy away from rolling an aggressive number.
Very reasonable spot to flat. Such a strong hand. Keeping worse. And as I say that, he immediately 3-bets.
Yeah, opting to just give himself perhaps a little bit more visibility pre-flop. 3-bet folding the ace-queen.
Yeah.
Rather than the murky waters of taking it post.
As ICM becomes more of a factor and the 3-bet sizes get smaller and smaller, you're getting a very
30
nice
seconds.
price to win the pot now and deny equity to your opponents. So, especially from early position, playing a very heavy 3-better fold strategy often becomes quite correct. Would imagine Ben just puts it in here, but this does look quite strong. There we go. Insta fold from Artur. He had a very good understanding of where he's at in that hand.
That is a huge pickup for Ben.
Yeah. 8 million uncontested.
Yeah, and it also creates a bit of a gap between himself and the rest of the pack. He's now kind of tied up there in a very safe zone alongside Daniel Sepiol, both playing around 45, 50 bigs. And there's a significant drop-off to the Greekman, Georgios Soteropoulos, in 5th with 34. Real nice pickup there for Ben.
It's a very important concept that you bring up. You really don't want to be in that sketchy zone where you're tied with a bunch of lower stacks, especially if there's one super short stack. I don't think we have any super short stacks here, but just having to play the wait other people out game and fold a lot is not where you want to be. Look at this. Chewy coming in with 9-8 offsuit. Under the gun, too.
Okay, Chewy. We see you, pal.
I mean, just the immediate adjustment.
Yeah, just recognizing, with Ben Jacobs so short, and just 17 bigs. Once he gets out of the way, everyone else has to proceed so cautiously.
Carl has a reasonable hand to defend in the big blind. You're going to be folding a lot more out of the big blind than you normally would be, but it's often tough to let go of hands that can flop a straight flush. Especially when one of your cards is a Broadway.
Does defend 5.5 million out there. 10-6-3, and this is all Chewy.
Yeah, hard to imagine this doesn't go check, bet, fold. Another thing about being the chip leader at these final tables is you're quite incentivized to continuation bet because your opponent has to be that much more careful on flops.
Chewy does fire out the inevitable C-bet. Carl Shaw with a complete whiff.
I was giving it some thought. He doesn't even have the backdoor flush draw that you would like to have when building a check raise range.
I tell you what. Okay, teasing us for a second there. Chewy up to 105 million, has more than 25% of the chips in play.
I mean, that's the beauty of Carl right there. We really thought he might do something. Everyone else would be like, okay, he's giving it a couple seconds before he folds, but Carl is very capable.
So tough to play against. That's how things stand here. Chewy way out in front. Chris Moorman comfortably in second. Daniel Seppi and Ben Heath both tied in third. Then a significant drop-off to Georgios Soteropoulos and Carl Shaw, both hovering around that 30 big blind territory. Mark Mounsey, aka Mustache Mark, and Artur Martirosyan, both sub 25, and Ben Jacobs, the obvious short stack, with 17 bigs.
Joshua Patrick in the chat says, what's the year? More. I mean, Moorman has been dominating for a long, long time, but he hasn't really slowed down in the later years.
It's like this whole final table is just scripted.
Yeah.
The build-up, Mustache Mark, Carl Shaw on the same flight as me from London to Vegas, Artur Martirosyan. We got, wow, Ben, look at this from Ben out of the big.
Against the under the gun open too.
That's
gutsy right there.
Fair play. That's a huge jam to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Just lucky to run into bottom of range. I feel like that's one of the few raise folds that Ben Heath actually has in that spot.
Yeah, no, Ben's one of the bigger stacks. You would think that he's opening wider, but he's got the chip leader right behind him. That's problem number one. He's not the biggest stack at the table. He's, kind of in that third, fourth place. And he also has a bunch of shorter stacks at the table that he really needs to wait out. So just not going to be that wide from under the gun when he opens. Chewy looks ready. Chewy looks like he could just play down to a winner right now.
Yeah, that's a great point. We're finishing today with 6 left, coming back tomorrow for the final table of 6, WPT style.
I mean, not that Chewy's not going to be ready tomorrow, I think for Chewy, time is just a construct, but does look super zoned in. Artur.
Note the size of the 3-bet. Doesn't even have to go that big. Low jack against +2.
Unfortunately for Georgios, he's picked the incorrect time for it. We'll see how Artur wants to play this, but Ace-Queen suited is a particularly good hand to pile in if you think your opponent's actually capable of 3-betting light here. Now it's early position versus early position. So if your opponent's been playing quite tight throughout the day, maybe you give this a lot of credit and you just peel. He does exactly that.
Thanks, Will.
11.5 million in the middle. Queen high board would be absolute fireworks. Comes 996. 1 diamond, couple of clubs. How does the Greekman want to proceed here against this continuing range from Artur?
Certainly the type of board that favors the 3-better. They have all of the top pairs, whereas Artur would probably just put in pre-flop with hands like kings, queens, maybe trap aces, maybe occasionally trap some kings. Artur has a pretty good hand on this board. I mean, I don't think he was planning to fold to a small c-bet on most boards, but this is not a board that fares to improve Georgios. He also flopped a backdoor flush draw. That's always helpful.
Here we go. Really in the intricate parts of the game tree now. 3-bet pot with ICM implications as he spikes the king of spades, Jesse. Just like that. Talk about a massive shift in equity. Not just in terms of this hand directly.
Georgios is feeling so good about this card because he knows Artur would have stuffed it in pre-flop if he had ace-king. So king-queen fares to be just the absolute top pair, top kicker of this situation in his mind.
What a life.
This is almost one of those situations, like you talked about earlier, where I wish the turn card was different because I wanted to see how it played out on a blank.
I know what you mean, yeah. From an entertainment point of view. I'd love to see. Georgios was planning to empty the clip. I mean, has a kind of great hand to do it with.
He certainly does.
Rough start to this final table, unofficial final table for Artur Martirosyan.
Yeah, I understand this call here because I think Artur feels like most of Georgios's 3-bet bluffs would come out of the ace-x department. And so he's still dominating a lot of bluffs. And if you're Georgios and let's say you have something like, I don't know, for instance, ace-4 of spades, you're going to continue on the king.
Does Georgios still go for the jugular here? No, checks it back. Ace-queen, no good. He's up to 44.3 million. You can see little signs of frustration from Artur. Just one of those, you know, did everything right, but the pot's going in someone else's direction.
Devastation to see the king-queen offsuit get flipped over. You had a close decision pre-flop. You almost shoved.
You know, that might really change the pace of play here, Jesse. With Artur on 12 bigs, it kind of handcuffs Carl Shaw. You know, there's 25, 30 big blind stacks. We've got Ben Jacobs, also sub 20. Let's see how this one plays out. I think Chewy is about to shift up through the gears.
About to turn in from, oh, this joke's too bad to even deliver. I'm going to save this one. Carl with the pocket queens. We've seen a lot of play out of him with some weak hands. We haven't seen him pick up too many super strong hands yet. And he's in late position. And unfortunately for him, Chewy is a fairly weak hand in the big blinds. The only reason Chewy may come along here is because the way the stacks are set up, Chewy might feel like he can put an enormous amount of pressure on a lot of Carl's range post-flop on different types of boards, but he just lets it go. He knows Carl has to open tighter than he normally would out of the cutoff. He's not going to battle with him with just any two cards there.
For those of you that have only just stumbled into the stream, my first question is, where on earth have you been? Living under a rock. Secondly, we welcome each and every one of you. I mean, day 6, unofficial final table. You couldn't have scripted a better FT than this. I mean, Lucky Chewy, Moorman. We've got a couple of young gunners in the mix, just looking for that breakout score of their careers. Got Ben Heath, one of the most decorated high rollers of the modern game, getting it done in a 10K. Everyone guaranteed 566,000 for their efforts. We're on a 155K pay jump, and the ladders just get bigger and bigger from here on out. Not to state the obvious, but we're playing for 5.67 million. We've got Mustache Mark in the mix as well. You know, come on, Jesse.
Say no more. You could have just named Mustache Mark and ended it there, and you would have had me.
It's crazy. Crazy that that whole storyline from day 4 developed into what it has here as Chewy turns an open-ender, and now perhaps a path to victory here against the 4s of Georgios.
Is that how we say it, Georgios?
I've been going with Georgios, yeah.
I like that.
I think.
I'm taking your lead on the pronunciation.
Yeah.
You're light years ahead of me in pronunciation of some of these names.
I don't want to claim that, you know, I've spent a lot of time in Greece.
Have you?
I have, but, you know.
I love Greece.
It's amazing.
It's.
Yeah,
I've only been to one island, and I had such a good time.
Where have you been?
Kos.
Oh, okay.
I actually took a trip down the coast of Turkey and took a boat over to Kos. It was a
Nice.
really nice time.
My brother broke his arm in Kos. He actually did. Not even joking.
It was quite the. I didn't see that one coming.
I mean, what can I tell you?
Like lovely island. Brother broke his arm there.
Yeah, great time. Chewy just chipping away. Up to 107 million now. It's just been an absolute cruise control from about half a level into today.
By the way, that was fairly wide open with the pocket fours from early position last hand. Seems like Yorhios did not come to play an overly tight game, even with the way stacks are set up. Something, if I were at the table and I got relayed that information, would definitely take note of. And I'm sure all these players are.
Artur, the immediate short stack now. Down to just 10 bigs. It's going to come with the defend. Everyone else watches on.
Yeah, being the shortest stack, you're actually a little less handcuffed than a lot of the other players at the table with regards to how tight you have to play pre-flop. On top of that, just being this short stacked, very easy to realize your equity. Not that the 10-7 defend would ever be considered too loose or anything, but
and a single big blind C bet from Ben. Gets
all
the
you
job
need.
done. Very frustrating start to this FT for Artur. How about the seat draws, by the way? Moorman and Chewy, kind of opposite sides of the table. Carl Shaw with position on Moorman, but has Ben and Chewy behind to worry about.
feels almost prophetic to see them across the table from each other with the two big stacks, you know?
Yeah, I know. Look at this mustache mark, just iconic. Do you think he's going to shave it off if he makes the final six?
Oh my god. I had visions of him shaving before today and then running terrible with two tables left, and it really scared me, Henry. Moorman picking up the aces again.
Gorgias is going to defend. We're going to see three. Moorman just picking up aces for fun at this point. And a complete whiff for the Greekman. Fortunately for him.
Moorman want to play this? There are a lot of potential gut shots your opponent could have. He chooses the smaller sizing. Very reasonable. Anything around half pot or below makes a lot of sense to me.
Very mild round of applause there from the rail of one. Moorman originally from Brighton in the UK. 6.7 million in total live earnings prior to this event. First recorded cash coming back in June of 2008. Was already an established pro at the time online as he jumped into live 2Ks and 5Ks, and those are the first events that he started playing on the live scene, that is. Has 8,071 online results listed on the Hendon Mob, courtesy of Pocket Fives.
Moorman has written, I believe, 2 books, but at least one of them is about the ups and downs of his poker career and life, and it's a really good read. I think I've read it a couple times.
Sorry.
It's very easy read as well. You can
digestible.
You know, knock it out in a day or 2.
Okay.
But great story. I mean, as a backer, he swung harder than anyone I've ever met in the poker world. He swung harder than most people I've met in the crypto world.
I can imagine some of the sweats from back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the big WPTs, EPTs, bracelet events.
He talks about in the book he had one month where he had a horse win 2 million in an EPT and chip him his half.
Yeah.
And then Scoops came around and he's sending out money every day to all of his horses. And one day he just gets hit with the, "You've reached your monthly limits." And he's like, "I didn't know I had monthly limits." And he looks it up and it's just $1 million.
No.
Yeah, he just said send out $1 million without even realizing it.
Hold your horses. Pun intended. Queen high board. As dry and disconnected as it gets.
Fortunately for Daniel Georgios. Georgios?
Georgios.
I'll get there one day.
It's okay. We'll allow it.
Fortunately for Daniel, the small blind has decided to peel the ace-queen, keeping the pot much smaller.
Just go with his surname. It's a lot easier.
What is it?
Soteropoulos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
We're all over that. He's coming with the check raise, and this is such a disgusting spot for Daniel. Queen 7 deuce. It's going to have a bunch of backdoors. I mean, I guess somewhat fortunately, Daniel has Jack of Hearts, Jack of Diamonds, blocking some of those suited combos that would be wrapped around the queen with the backdoor. Maybe like a King Jack, Jack 10.
Yeah, and I think those types of cards will be more prevalent than, say, the 6-8 of diamonds, for instance. Oh, actually, this is a small blind peel, so 6-8 of diamonds probably doesn't exist, but something like 8-9 of diamonds might also find a check raise, but I just think there's more combos with the Jack of Diamonds than if he had, like, pocket 9s with the 9 of diamonds, so maybe that helps him get away from it on an earlier street.
16.6 million out there. That is a terrible turn card for Daniel. Deuce of Hearts. Pairing the board. See what Georgios comes with. Do you think he's going to look to set this up across turn and river to play for it all?
I would imagine so.
Has to be somewhat concerned, right? Not that we're always concerned about the monsters under the bed, but Daniel did open, cut off. Does still retain aces, kings, queens, though we do block aces and queens.
This is certainly a smaller sizing on the turn, going somewhere around 33% of pot.
Wow. That's
Nice
powerful.
fold. Yeah. Versus that size, really, really nice discipline fold there.
That's really impressive from Daniel. It's kind of no nonsense, no posturing or anything like that. Just pitching the jacks.
Yeah, I think Daniel would just much rather have a 7, for instance, than pocket jacks there. At least with a 7, you're blocking some top 2 and some, or not top 2, sorry, because he's keep thinking he peeled the big blind, but you're blocking the sets, middle set. Jacks don't really do a good job of blocking any hand, and you're gonna have plenty of bluff catchers there, so you'd rather have a bluff catcher that actually interacts with the board.
Scam money. Clearly no.
Players and dealers in the 1600 event completely have drawn. Lines are up. 600, 1200, 1200 next hand. 6, 12, 12 next hand.
Somewhere in the distance, they're playing 6, 12, 12. We're out here playing 500, 1 mil, 1 mil. How does it feel, fellas?
Artur happy to run it for his final 8.5 bigs, effectively jamming out of the cutoff. What does Mark want to do here?
All in.
He's going to take the spot. One of Mark's outs dead in the hands of Moorman. Cards on their backs, ladies and gentlemen. Artur Martirosyan all in at risk, but with 57% of the equity. Looking to get back in this.
Artur's got to be loving it, seeing the king jack after watching the quick all-in. Not a lot of hands that he's ahead of.
Good luck, bro. Good luck, Artur.
When he's called that quickly.
Mustache Mark looking to get there and ladder an extra 155,000 as it comes. Wow. Queen 10-4. 13 outs twice.
Sweat.
How about that for a sweat?
Dealer's just trying to make it as fun as possible out here.
We know what everyone else is rooting for. Wow, is Artur just going to hold the ace-6 here? That is insane. One card to come. Pain.
Wow.
Nice.
Pain for everyone else. Not for that man. Finds the hold across turn and river. Artur up to 18.6. Mustache Mark down to just 14 bigs.
And as much as I hate to see Mark lose a pot, and you know how much I hate it, feels very fair for Artur to finally get one.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty painful to watch the way things have played out for him so far. So 9 still remain. Everyone else is sweating that 155k ladder. Just another day in the office for Artur.
It's a pretty big ladder.
Just a casual 15 buy-ins. Chewy, behave. Okay. Okay. Thought about it.
Relentless Chewy is kind of an unlockable character in a video game. Green hoodie Chewy. Just smashing people.
Low jack open from Daniel. Arthur just scanning around the table. Nice fold. Let go of the sevens. Very ICM aware.
Oh, Mark. And unless somebody finds a hand behind him, this will be the perfect timing for an all-in. Daniel has one of the weakest hands he'd ever be opening with here. Perhaps the weakest.
Marky Mark and the funky bunch. 3-betting to 8 million. Moorman with King Queen suited.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine this one hits the muck pretty quickly.
Moorman can't believe he's had to fold Ace Queen and King Queen suited at this final table already.
There we go. There we go.
Nice little bounce back, Mark, with a little rebate. The 8 million that he lost against Artur. Let's run it to a quick commercial.
What's better than playing poker? Playing poker on a boat. We're giving away a $12,400 package to the WPT Voyage, including a buy-in to a major tournament with a $1 million guarantee. Sign up at WPT Global using the link in the description below. Use the promo code PLAY and deposit $1 and you're in for a chance to set sail on the poker cruise of a lifetime.
Poker cruise of a lifetime. Get involved, ladies and gentlemen. WPT out here doing things. Lucky Chewy doing things here. Chip leader things. 107 bigs. Does anything stand out to you when you look at that, Jesse? Anything immediately kind of popping out on the screen?
I feel like you're alluding to the multiple British flags.
No, not
No?
at all. But that's the most American thing I've ever heard. You know, you guys just always
checking up on which nation it is.
Why you gotta go there, bro? We're having 6 days in. We're having a good time.
I was bragging for you guys. There's no way that...
You've got 3 Americans at the table.
Yeah, there's no way that 20% of the field is British. Surely 33% is American. You guys have massively outperformed.
I mean, I was more so alluding to the 3-19 big blind stacks. I expect to see. Love that in my headset. Love that. That'll wake you up. Yeah, I was more so alluding, 3-19 big blind stacks at the bottom of the chip counts. Ben Jacobs, Artur Martirosyan, and Mustache Mark. Kind of leads me to believe we'll see quite a bit of caginess from Carl Shaw, Daniel Sepiel, Ben Heath. Kind of handcuffed, if you will, at the moment with the ICM situation they kind of find themselves in. Really does open the door for Andrew Lichtenberger kind of just run riot over the rest of the table.
I see what's going on here. So you were looking for strategic commentary from me, and I was talking about flags.
I mean, like I said, very American of you. Chewy doesn't need a second invitation to open an ace, regardless of positions. Ace-9 more than enough from under the gun. He's going to fold round to Heath in the big. 4-2 suited.
Wouldn't be surprised if he lets this one go.
Agreed. Very unlikely to be dominated here in the form of the 4 or the deuce, but just so difficult to realize here, and he does just pitch it. Chewy in just cruise control, man. I mean, he's sat in the fast lane the highway in 6th. Just loving life right now.
Yeah, he'll just be mopping up chips for the next few hours until there's a number of bust outs. In theory, at least, obviously. Plenty can happen.
See a few people in the chat upset that everyone keeps folding. Maybe you should buy Moorman's book. Is there any ICM kind of strat in there?
You know, the second half of the book that I was referring to is just hand histories and strategy. I'm not sure if he has a ton of final table stuff. It's actually pretty cool. The second half, he brings a bunch of his poker friends in to comment, like sort of give their commentary on big hands they played. And he gets a bunch of the best players in the world at the time it was written to comment on some hands they played. It's pretty unique.
Maybe people need to sign up to Octopi Poker. Give them a bit of insight as to why people keep folding. Also worth mentioning that Lucky Chewy is a learned WPT ambassador. So
certainly worth mentioning. You know, there's a number of solver-based sites out there. I don't want to throw out any random names or anything, but
yeah, don't.
One springs to mind that I might forget where I am and drop.
All right, should we both say the one that springs to mind on 3, yeah? So
Okay.
we go 3, 2, 1, and then say it.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Run it once.
Optimal.
Okay.
Oh, wait. What's run at once?
Wow. Showers.
Oh, I love Run It Once. I actually watched a couple of their videos this morning.
That where all these insights to final table performances is coming from. Georgios getting hit by the deck at this unofficial final. Ben with an interesting decision, although it is up against the +1 open. Has options on the table here. Chip leader. Ace 10-0.
This could potentially get him in trouble. It's the type of hand that's not quite good enough to peel, so he may decide this is a good one for a 3-bet bluff.
8.6.
Yup. And unfortunately for Chewy, he's run into a hand that will not be folding.
You click the...
This is first v third in chips, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you've got kings. You're never folding. But at the same time, the difference between busting now and third is $2.3 million. You're staring down the barrel of Lucky Chewy firing out a 3-bet from the small.
There are spots like this one, and I'm not saying this is the exact spot where this is the right play, but there's spots like this one where you like to just peel because you expect, especially at a final table, for your opponent's range to be so ace-x heavy with the bluffs that you can just get away from it on an ace-high board, and then when it's not an ace-high board, you get to trap all of your opponent's bluffs.
Fantastic pickup for Georgios, closing the gap.
Georgios plays it a bit safer and just puts in the 4-bet now, and that's completely understandable, of course.
Bad spot for the Chu Tang clan. It wasn't me that came up with that.
You say the Chu Tang clan?
The Chu.
Oh,
Tang.
Chu Tang clan. I love it.
Chu Tang clan. That was all Jackson Real 904.
I remember their first album, 36 Chusters.
There we go.
Kerstetter ain't the only one with puns, all right? I can bring the heat.
We got some more Ben on Ben violence, perhaps. Heath in the cutoff with ace-10. Ben Jacobs came in today as tournament chip leader. On short stack duties at this unofficial FT. Chewy with an ace.
Just letting it go. A7 is one of the worst aces to potentially play. You want a little bit of playability.
Around 15. Thank you.
Oh, look at this flop.
Artur's turn to do the dirty in the form of a 3-outer. Two of the
check.
shorter stacks. Fighting for every pot.
What does Artur want to do here? I don't think he believes his opponent would check back that
3.8.
quickly if he was trapping with something like aces. He'd at least think about it, so... Yeah, I feel like Artur just thinks he nearly always has the best hand here. And he's going to go for value now. I like that. Fortunately for him, his opponent had king high, not something like ace-queen that may have considered it.
Big Poker saying it's dizzy watching both streams, but no way to choose. Both FTs are electrifying. Couldn't agree more, my man.
I hear you.
Shout out to Nick Schulman in the booth over in the $1 Million WPT. Big one for one drop. Dan Smith chip leading that one. 6 left, 4 paid.
You said they're still at 6?
They are indeed.
Hmm. God, that's such a fun tournament to sweat.
Ike Haxton's taken the chip lead. What do you
Really?
know?
Did he win a big pot off of Dan or somebody else?
Yeah. You know, Dan Smith is actually down to 2.8 million after coming in as the overwhelming chip leader, as Nicky P doubling through Dan. Ace-10 against Ace-King.
Dan had ace-10 or Nicky P had ace-10?
Dan had Ace-10.
Wow.
Still plenty of time in that one.
Chewy. Finding the tiny 3-bet bluff. with ace-5 offsuit against the 19 big blind stack. Getting it through. This is high-level stuff, Henry.
It really is. We're going to see this from Chewy. It's just been so dialed in.
Most people don't even begin to construct a small 3-bet range, 19 deep. And when they do, it's mostly just made up of aces. But Chewy isn't most people.
Do you think Chewy's had interactions with aliens at some point in his life?
I think aliens have had interactions with Chewy.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying.
No, 100%. I mean, I think if there's any human on this planet... Wow, Ben, this is wild. Wow. Open jamming from +2, 9-handed with ace-9.
Yeah, that's a lot of blinds to be shipping in there.
That feels like perhaps some frustrations, a bit of impatience on Ben's part, who's had a rough day at the office.
Yeah, and just not wanting to have to raise fold, which is understandable, but you know, that's part of it. It's part of the process.
That's pretty fortunate for Ben. Nice pickup, but needs to be careful, man. Be a disaster to just rip it in there, get snapped. You're out in 9.
By the way, I truly hope that if and when aliens contact our planet, they happen to do it via Chewy, because he would be a great ambassador for the world. Not the ambassador we deserve, but the ambassador we need.
Still 9-handed here after a tug of war between a few of the players, battling it out in the middle of the pack. Chewy by far and away clear chip leader here. Now we're going to be heading to our first break in about 3 minutes' time. See if Chris wants to tango. Accept the invitation being extended by Chewy with the Jack Deuce of diamonds. I'm just going to pitch it comfortably in second. No need to get involved.
Yeah, exactly the wrong stack you want to be tangling with. Anyone else would be infinitely better, just because who covers who plays such a huge factor in how you get to navigate future streets.
$5.6 million for first day.
What would you do with the money?
Buy a hotel.
I could have seen that coming. You know what I would do with it?
All on black?
Well, now, yeah, but I had a different answer.
You buy a hotel?
I'd have you buy a hotel. Just kick back, collect my passive income. You can vig me whatever percent you feel.
You've got a great surname for it as well, just Sylvia's.
Sylvia's?
Yeah.
Sylvia Inn? Just Sylvia's.
No, Sylvia Inn brings...
Oh, Sylvia's, like...
Yeah. Sylvia
ownership.
Inn brings the value down massively. That's like some 2-star motel.
Yeah.
you know, just off the PCH or some kind of nonsense that
It's like a
you
bed
may
and
or may
breakfast
not.
that only serves toast or something like that. Yeah.
You know, you may or may not get murdered during your stay. It's kind of a, you know, you're kind of flipping for your life. You know, there's like 60 rooms, but only 2 guests.
High variance.
It really is.
Choices down at the Sylvia.
Yeah, you know, no one can hear you scream. Look at this, Georgios. Just been relentless at this FT. The moment Chewy's gotten out of the way, and he's taken the spots.
Carl's been very quiet since we sat down. I think he's just been very card dead, but. Does Daniel ever find a 4-bet here? He has direct evidence from that showdown that Georgios has at least some bluffs in his range.
All in.
Wow. He just rips it. I thought if he 4-bet, he would go small.
Oh my.
That was something else entirely.
Big man Dan getting it done with the 4-bet. How about it? Daniel Sepio just wiggling his finger in Georgios' face saying, no, 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 not in my house. Back up to 34 bigs. First break of this unofficial final table. When we come back, big blind 1.2 million, a few stacks out there that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Ben Jacobs, mustache mark on short stack duty, is going to look to get it in sooner rather than later. We'll see you all in 15.
Didn't even leave any stone.
17K pay jump?
No.
70.
Oh, 7. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, that's a
7-0.
very small pay jump for.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we haven't actually got a guy in our neighborhood.
Pay attention, Jesse.
We'll do better in the future, Henry.
Oh, we're going to be spinning the wheel.
Oh, here we go.
At some point, probably we'll explore such options.
Carl, of course, making the call. I believe he's put too much in.
Wrong, bro.
Luck, boys. There's one more.
How much is
Seems
it?
to be going around. Putting too much in.
Thank you.
Yeah, pretty confident.
Cards
This looks familiar.
on their backs. Ace King.
Almost
the river should be
almost
familiar
the
as
same
well.
suits. What's
Okay,
that?
it's not.
The ace and the river should be familiar as well.
Is that so?
Talking about the
Good
Ace
luck to
King
you, man.
V9 hand late in day 5. Fair fight for 11.5 million chips. $70,000 ladder we all know who everyone else is rooting for. As it comes Jack 5-4, clean so far for Carl Shaw. 6 outs twice for the Brazilian. Clean on the turn. Stands up out of his chair.
Gotta do it.
Has to be done with one card to come. Doesn't find the ace on the river this time. Carl Shaw finds the hold with the 2 9s. Crosses the 30 million chip mark. And with that, everyone now guaranteed 307-ish.
Yeah. Although I believe London was Katie's dog before Moorman and Katie met.
Yeah,
So he missed some of the early years.
Okay.
It's awesome.
But
once again, a warm welcome to all of you that have recently stumbled into the stream. Just one level into the day. Had 2 eliminations so far. Early departures in the day. We saw Enrique Zanetti losing a flip against Carl Shaw, ace-king against nines,
How
and
lucky is London?
Rafael
Stay in a second.
blew out on the outer
London?
table.
Don't you disappoint
Look
me?
at
Here
this.
we go.
Pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Pretty
Moorman
lucky.
hasn't sweat out his second card yet. He has
Got
no
it.
idea how good his hand is.
Okay, you do that. Okay.
Well, you know.
I understand.
See, I know. Okay. Hold on.
Oh, he has. He's just giving him a...
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's pretty
London,
lucky.
why you do that?
London, come over here.
London.
Papa's wishes.
I
mean,
run
I would have
good.
been stuck in there with Queen Jack. Like call him. Probably just fold.
Regardless of what year that
I'm feeling
London
like
checked into Moorman's life, it's safe to say that
Nah,
dog
stay
has
away
seen
from
more,
I'll take a chop.
more hands than nearly any person on the planet.
Well, chop announced from
start for a chop.
Paulius.
I'll take a chop. But
Not
I need
greedy.
to pass the blinds.
Good
too.
start.
London looks very proud of himself.
Not the best turn card to see.
Slowly dealer. Jack of clubs.
9 and a 9 only for the win for Paulius. Jack or a 3 for a chop. Doesn't find it.
Good game, brother. Good game, man.
Chris
Good work.
Moorman
Yeah.
is going to find the hold
now
with the
you're gonna
ace
carry
king.
The torch of the commentary. Yeah.
Up to 22.7 million. Paulius, love to see the handshakes all round.
You can't overuse him though. You've got to put him back now.
Of a final day before the final table I've ever seen. In terms of how aggressive the players have been, the action, how some of the hands have played out. Some very exciting turns and river cards. And now Chewy looks down at a really strong hand on the button, ace queen offsuit. Oh no, this is tough to watch.
Very easily the swingiest graph of the day. Jason came in 19.2 million, vaulted up into the chip lead in just one level. Now finds himself with 1 foot out of the door. Ace Jack against the button open and has himself in rough shape. Dominated by the ace queen of Chewy. Could be down to 11 here, Jesse, if Chewy can find the hold. Here we go. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
If you told me 8 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, that Jason would be 71% to be out of the tournament, probably wouldn't have believed you.
Jason Min, old school grinder from East Meadow, New York, with a lifeline perhaps on the 10-9-8, 2 spades.
That's a lot of flop for a board that doesn't give him a jack. Backdoor flush draw.
Well, is this just too many outs now? You tell me.
Some excitement.
Queen 7 spade needed for Jason. Doesn't find it.
Wow.
Good game, brother.
The board pairs. Lucky Chewy holds and is up to 70 million.
You feel better.
Jason Min out in 12th. Going to be going home with 400 and... That's hilarious, bro.
Look, if you look down at 7 deuce when you received a walk, it doesn't feel nearly as good as looking down at aces feels bad.
Yeah, that's very true. Talking of aces.
Speaking of aces, wow.
Hello.
Chris Moorman. You made it to day 6 of far and away the biggest prize pool WPT of all time. You're
Well.
closing in on making the final table. You look down on the button at pocket aces.
Carl Shaw with high card, low card. We know what Corneth would do. Chance Corneth that is. Carl passing up on it. Maxime with 25 bigs. Just going to defend.
Wow. And that's certainly a hand that could go either way.
It really is. Didn't really waste much time at all.
Oh no. My God. I was going to say he has no idea how much danger he just avoided by not considering the all-in, and now he's seen a flop where he just... I mean, I don't know how he gets away from this.
Jesse, this could be showers. There's 5.5 out there. SPR around 4.5. Moorman continuing for 1.8.
This is even the type of board that he would probably want to check raise right away. This is brutal. We'll see. Maybe he finds the check call.
Reasons for the check raise?
I mean, obviously it's two-tone, so your opponents can have more draws. You'd like to deny equity or charge those draws now. He does find the check raise. The 10-5 deuce, he's not really expecting Moorman to open things like 10 deuce suited or 10-5 offsuit, so there's just so many fewer hands that he's actually dominated by. Of course, Moorman can have jacks through aces, but he is on the button. Those don't make up a large portion of Moorman's opening range.
8.5.
Oh, it's the flop 3-bet. 8.5 million. Looking to play for it all.
Moorman did that awfully quickly. Did he use a time bank?
He
there?
did. I believe he did use a time bank.
Sometimes I get to talking and time goes by and I don't realize it. It's a gift and a curse, Henry.
Happens to the best of us. Maxime with the decision. Does he just want to play for it all? Right here. Right now. $110,000 ladder between 11th and 10th. Flop top pair, top kicker in a single raise pot. Big blind V button. It's Chris Moorman with the flop 3-bet.
Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it?
Uh-oh. Wow. It's all going in, Jesse. We're playing a 50 million chip pot. He's loving life as he snap calls. Do apologize, 54 million chip pot it'll be. Maxime with just 500k back.
Oh, man. It felt like only a few minutes ago that Maxine had 50 million himself in chips, and now he's 10%.
What's that?
Now I gotta sweat it.
9% to be in the tournament.
You don't know what you're sweating.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Butterfly effect of showing up late as well.
Of what?
Showing up late.
Yeah.
In the break.
Oh, that's sick. I didn't even think about that.
Like
the cards would have been different had he sat down.
I mean, whoever held him up.
It's basically their fault.
It's their fault. Whoever it was that pulled him to the side in the hallway to tell him a bad beat story
deserves a stern talking to.
Does still have outs.
To tell him a bad beat story. Could you imagine the lack of self-awareness? Telling a bad beat story to someone who's 11 left in the... Anyways, back to this hand.
53 million in the middle. Chris Moorman is 2 cards away from tying for the chip lead with Lucky Chewy. Now, I think it's safe to assume that Maxime is going to stall. Makes sense, given that we are on a 110k ladder. Well,
yeah, I think you take your time here. Definite non-zero chance that somebody busts on the other table before you.
Such a fish. Oh, I get Cena. Alright, I have aces.
Aces are good, Moorman. They're good for now. 95% of the time, Chris Moorman is going to be tied for the chip lead with 10 left in the WPT World Championship. And he does find the hold.
Good game, man. Nice playing with you.
Wow.
GG's all round
Yeah.
as Maxime Gillard bows out in 11th in just a brutal spot.
I have a hand.
Top pair,
Have a
top.
hat.
3,835 hopefuls entered into the WPT World Championship. We're down to the final 9. Deep into day 6, the unofficial final table. We're playing down to 6 tonight. Here's the American OG, Andrew Lichtenberger, also known as Lucky Chewy, out in pole position with more than 25% of the chips in play with 91 bigs. Chris Moorman in second, Georgios Soteropoulos in third. That's what they're playing for. All guaranteed $566,900 for their efforts. $155,000 pay jump between 9th and 8th. The plan is to play down to 6, so everyone that bangs today will be guaranteed a 7-figure payday. And then tomorrow, we'll be coming back and battling it out for 5.67 million. Jesse Sylvia in the booth alongside myself. We're at that stage now, Jesse, looking at the chip counts where it kind of feels like it's go time for a few of these shorter stacks.
Absolutely. It's an interesting scenario because it feels like go time, but at the same time it's wait out the other similar stacks time. And it's a very fine line that you're going to be riding between those two things.
100%. Mark Mounsey, also known as Mustache Mark, on 12 bigs. Ben Jacobs on 14. Artur Martirosyan on 17. So all eyes are going to be on those 3 sub 20 big blind stacks as cards are back in the air.
I have to formally apologize to you, Henry. I said there were 2 Brits in the field, and I was wrong. There are, in fact, 3 Brits.
You said 3.
No, I said 2, I believe.
You said 3. You
Really?
said 33% of the field earlier on.
I may have been referring to Americans when I said 33%, which wasn't wrong.
Okay. I mean, Moorman's, you know, it's like a flip.
Oh no! Don't say that to him.
It's like, come on, it's like, you know, he's like me.
If
half
there's
and half.
if there's one thing I've learned in my friendship with Moorman is that if you want to get him on tilt.
Wow. Okay, I take it back. Holy shit! I mean, dude, have I just made mortal enemies with Moorman?
I don't think anyone could possibly do that. But I will say this. That sort of comment comes with more heaviness from you than from me. Because I'm just some guy who doesn't know what he's talking about, you know?
What do you think? I know what I'm talking about? Why do you think I'm in here and not out there? You seen me reg a 10K before? Clueless. Like a deer in headlights. Artur really getting frisky here with 17 bigs. A small 3-bet to 4.5.
Artur showing that even being on the short stack, in a scenario where he should be handcuffed with ICM, still finding ways to get creative with it.
Yeah, he's the poker equivalent of a bull in a china shop.
I like that.
Someone needs to create a new GIF of Miley Cyrus on a wrecking ball and just replace the ball with a picture of Artur's face with like a little cutout of him full betting some insane spot Feel free to tag me in it on Twitter if any of you guys out there do get creative enough. There's 15,000 of you. I'm sure someone is smart enough to put that together in 30 seconds.
Don't forget to include the double tiger hat if you're working on that Photoshop.
That is true.
Chewy with a legitimate hand here. Oh my god. And yeah. This is going to go all in and call, I believe. Don't think Chewy's getting away from this one. 12 blinds deep. I don't know how long it's been since a couple of the earlier hands that Ben has played, but certainly if Chewy got that info, he's going to be feeling great about this call. And for Ben, maybe this is the beginning of a turnaround. He's had a tough day so far.
Really has. Came in to day 6 as tournament chip leader. To get back up to 30 million. Good for 25 bigs if he can just hold here. With the kings as it comes ace high. And we've already seen one king folded. Case king needed for Ben Jacobs. The man from Honolulu, Hawaii, going to be the first elimination at this unofficial final table. Benjamin Jacobs out in 9th after his kings coming up short against the ace-queen suited of Lucky Chewy. Going to be going home with 566,900 for his efforts. And I have to say, Jesse, that the WPT World Championship really turning dreams into a reality for the man from Honolulu, Hawaii. Best live cash prior to this, $53,247.
Wow.
So 10xing his previous best live cash and more than quadrupling his total live earnings. GG's, Ben, and see you next year. I'm sure we will.
Let me tell you something. If I took 9th place in this tournament, you'd be hard-pressed to not see me here in the next 10 years. For the next 10 years.
Yeah, we got space.
Everyone now guaranteed 721,600 for their efforts. So while the silver lining is that $155,000 ladder, the downside is Chewy extending atop of the chip counts, and you know that that man with the chip lead unlikely to put a foot wrong based off what we've seen so far today, has just executed to perfection. Some help from the deck in the form of runouts in a few hands, but look, you can't take away the knowledge and skill set that that man has. If you had to put money on someone to close this one out, it would be Chewy with 30% of the chips in play and 8 players left.
Look at that stack.
Oh, what on earth? Aces now. I mean, is this the dealer of death? Are we... What are we doing here, people?
This dealer has been pretty ruthless so far. And given the situation, the fact that Chewy could be coming in with a pretty wide range of hands here. A lot of bluffs. Can't imagine Ben's just going to let go of the Queen 7 suited. Bit too much hand for a blind versus blind confrontation.
Tries to defend from Heath. 9.2 out there. Ben does not want to connect in the form of a queen high board. Fortunately for him, this comes 10-10 deuce. This hand should be over and done with.
If Ben had something like queen 9 of clubs, I could see some check raising or some floating. With queen 7, maybe not quite enough of the board to go after the pot. Oh, Chewy's not even going to give him the chance to check raise. He's just checking back.
I'm assuming the hand's over and done with.
Yeah, Ben very likely to check on the king. Generally, when you're out of position, and it's gone check, and there's a very board-changing card, you usually approach that with a lot of checks.
Does Chewy now go for the delayed stab in position? There it is, 2.8 to go.
Really small bet here.
Heath, even with the spot as somewhat trivial as this, always taking his time, just mulling over all of the information in front of him. Does get out of there as Chewy chips up.
Chewy's approaching a third of the chips in play now.
Here's one for you. Out of the 8 players left, they're all guaranteed 721,600. For how many of these players is that a career best cash?
There's 8 left. I'm going to say 4.
2.
Only 2 would be a career best?
Only 2. That's how insane the caliber of player is at this final table. Daniel Sepiel's best live cash to date, 204,700.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. You're saying only 2 have had a better score than this?
No, have had less.
Oh, worse. Okay.
This is their career best cash.
Gotcha.
Mark going to run it. This is a low jack jam, mustache Mark. Effectively jamming here.
He's got something like 11.5 blinds. So it's reasonably close. Might start at 6s, something like that, 7s, but you could make the argument that those hands are extremely similar since your opponents aren't calling with 6s themselves. Who's the other player?
Mustache Mark.
Okay.
Best live cash of $3,396.
3,000?
3,000. Total live earnings of 33,000. We did get a chance to interview him. So he's no stranger to tournaments. He's played thousands online. He's a professional poker player by trade.
Yeah, he certainly strikes me as a guy who put in the hours online. Has the right choices of hand combos when he's 3-bet bluffing. I've liked a lot of his sizings in the past. Oh, you know what? With Ben out, Mustache Mark might actually be fairly far and away the shortest stack.
I believe he's tied with Artur. They're both kind of down there, hovering around 15 big blinds or so.
It looks like Artur has chipped up a little bit. It looks like he's got a 20 stack of millions there. Maybe 23 now. I think he won a... Yeah, I think he picked up a pot a moment ago.
News coming from the $1 million WPT 1-for-1 drop. Santosh Savana out in 6th, losing a flip. 3s against the ace king of Mario Mosbach, ace on the river, showering Savana. Mosbach chip leader with 5 left on the stone bubble.
Wow. Does that make Dan Smith the short stack now?
No, Nicky P.
Oh, okay.
Current short stack. But Dan Smith, 4 of 5.
How about that first sweat? The old, what is it, $1.2 million bubble?
Yes, sir.
Sick stuff.
Queen, run out. Artur with the check mark.
And I'd imagine this goes check from Daniel, bet from Artur, decide by Daniel. And I think, I mean, this is an okay hand to call with, but I think without a heart in his hand, well, Artur checked back the turn, so the hearts aren't super relevant.
2.7.
Wow, quick call from Daniel. Decides to keep him very honest. Daniel did not come here to get pushed around.
Yeah, Daniel's been a bit of a dogfight.
Look at this man. Just ready. Bring him his trophy.
How has he made the final 8, man, since we first discovered him on day 4?
Did you ever have a doubt?
Honestly, I didn't. You know, now that you say it, just it felt like it was meant to be.
As soon as the Queen 8 got through, I was like, top 3 minimum.
This guy. Final table or riot. Ben Heath with the aces. In the hijack. Some rejammable stacks behind.
All I ask from Mark is that when you win the tournament, You let me ghostwrite your autobiography.
I would love to be involved.
Yeah?
In that, yeah.
Will you do the forward?
I would love to be a part of that. The whole storyline leading up to this.
You want to co-write The Legend of Mustache Mark with me? It's a working title, but I'm feeling good about it.
How an online crusher from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada ventured out to Vegas in the winter of 2023 and returned a live poker legend in one tournament. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Marky Mark and the Funky Stash.
Dealers on break, please do a quick lap around your table. Find any garbage on the floor. Go ahead and throw that away, please. Any empty chip racks, bring up to the chip rack bin.
Now, I'm going to have to stop giving updates from the 1 mil, even though both streams are running alongside each other, because there are a few people that are currently watching us, and then once this finishes, they're going to go and watch the $1 million 1-for-1 drop. So I would ask everyone, no spoilers about the $1 million buy-in WPT big 1-for-1 drop, as there are people that are planning on watching both. So shout out to all of you loyal fans that are keeping both myself and Jesse company here for this unofficial final table, and are then planning on heading on over. Jack 7-5. Chewy flopping best.
How is he going to approach this? Because generally you'd want to play a very high frequency check out of position. And he knows his opponent's range is quite tight. So even more reason to be checking a lot, but he also knows the value of c-betting when you have such a massive chip lead. Oh, I'm sorry. Giorgio's a small blind.
It's all right, man.
You know?
It's been 5 days.
It's been a lot of days. Yeah, I like this. Chewy decided to start betting here because a little bit of protection is always nice. And Chewy's not as fearful of the check raise when his opponent has double checked. Also, he has the type of hand, if his opponent check raises and it's not large, it's not like he has to fold. He has an open-ended straight draw to go with this pair.
Lucky Chewy with a third of the chips in play. 8 players left. Things you love to see.
It's starting to get exciting, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's a entire day. It's working our way down from 16 to 6. Ben Jacobs, the first casualty.
Thanks.
It's right to a break.
The WPT Global Winter Festival is back. Over 180 events and over 4 million in guarantees. Come play at WPT Global. Click the link in the YouTube description below, sign up with bonus code YT19, and receive your welcome package with a deposit match and free tournament tickets.
$207,000 pay jump now between 8th and 7th. We're playing down to 6. That's the plan for tonight.
goodness. Chewy.
Man, the chip leader running well and playing well with rejammable stacks behind. 2.4 million. Dan's going to get out of there, as is Artur. Mark looks interested, and he's got the tens. Just had that look on his face. Going to check the itinerary. Is the immediate short stack. The inevitable rejam.
The cooler heard around the world.
11.5 bigs. Chris going to get out of there. Chewy going to make the call with the aces. And Mustache Mark is in rough shape. Not to state the obvious, but drawing very thin, both flush draws covered.
This is my fault. I got too confident.
You kind of did. Ace, King, 9.
Not the sort of flop you like to see.
An unstoppable force and an immovable object are really just the same as Andrew boats up on the turn and we lose perhaps the legend of the tournament, even though he's come up short here. Mustache Mark, that became one of the fan favorites from day 4 after getting involved at the feature table in some fun hands. The story behind the mustache, everything that came with it. I wonder, Jesse, I wonder, as the online professional player now caught the live bug as he goes home with a career best cash, 721,600. Prior to this tournament, had only 33,000 in total live earnings. Not to sleep on his online resume, he is a professional player, has a ton of scores online. After venturing out here to Vegas, picking up 721,000 for his efforts, hoping that's not the last time we'll be seeing the legend that is Mustache Mark. Jesse, with that elimination, we are now on a bubble, the end of day 6 bubble, as well as the 6-figure score bubble. The last of the 6-figure payouts for 7th place, 928,900 guaranteed now for these final 7. One more ladder and we will be bagging and tagging for day 7, where the final 6 will come back guaranteed 7 figures.
Sorry, Henry, I'm just gonna need a couple moments.
Take a moment, take a moment.
Stack at 20, yeah. Yes, sir.
That one really hurt.
No.
Chris.
Oh, wow.
Just says run it.
Look at this. I assume Carl hasn't looked at his hand yet.
All in.
Oh my goodness.
Moorman's run into it. Carl Shaw currently 6 of 7. All in for his tournament life. If he can just hold here with the ace king, he'll move up to 3rd in chips.
Oh, look at this flop.
8-6-6. Sweaty for the young Brit. New school, the old school. Moorman looking for a 10, 9, or a 7.
And if he finds it, we are down.
Oh
my, right off the top.
Just like that. 7 of clubs on the turn. Back-to-back eliminations, and we go from 8 to 6. In the blink of an eye, Carl Shaw going around shaking everyone's hand. I mean, Jesse, I'm at a loss for words. We were just mourning the departure of Mustache Mark, and now Carl Shaw out in 7th for 928,900.
What just happened? That was insane.
Chris Moorman just happened. Lucky Chewy just happened. 6 players left. Andrew Lichtenberger, chip leading the pack with 38.7% of the chips in play. With that elimination, it means everyone guaranteed a 7-figure payday. They're going to bag and tag, come back tomorrow and battle it out for 5,678,000. All eyes going to be on Lucky Chewy coming back. Jesse, what a day that was.
Wild.
Wild stuff here. We've got more action, of course, finishing here for Nick Schulman over in the $1 million WPT big 1-for-1 drop. I highly recommend each and every one of you leave this stream, head over there as Dan Smith, Ike Haxton, Makita Baziakowski, Nick Petrangelo and Mario Mosbach battle it out for that top prize of 7 million. Jesse and I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for the final table of the WPT World Championship. We'll see you tomorrow.